J-Bone Nation. Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Jay, how are you, my friend?
I am wonderful. How are you?
I am also wonderful. I'm super, super pumped about today. Obviously, I think that we're like on the precipice of what could be phenomenal day in court. But before we do that, welcome back to all of you. The best chat in the land. I always say it. I put it in all our tweets, man. We got the best chat in true crime. Without you guys, Jay and I are jack shit. We're nothing. Just two dorks sitting around yapping. So we love you guys. I missed everybody yesterday. I missed you, Jay.
Me too.
I missed all of our people. So I'm glad that we're back. I'm glad that we're back for another day of exciting adventures in the world.
And me and Bob were talking before we started here. We both feel like we're kind of gaining momentum here. So that's for you guys, sharing it out, telling folks, letting folks know we're a good place. I mean, Bob was just at 17, I feel like, and he hit 18K. You're at 18.1. Congratulations, Bob.
Thank you, man. Like we did that, like spur of the moment, did that live last night just to do a Higgins. I like hit Mandy. I'm like, hey man, could you throw a Higgins thumbnail together? I think we want to do like a little primer. Gave, of course, per usual, like you are excellent about giving proper notice to people about when you have shit going on. In comparison, always, like I am the diametric opposite. I'm that guy that, hey, we're live. By the way, we're live. So I'm trying to get better at that. Hopefully Jay will give me, like some tips, some, tricks of the trade that will get me a little more on top of my shit and giving you all notice. So, look who's here.
There she is.
Good morning. Hey, Honey Bunny.
Yeah.
You might want to slide that door behind you for sound purposes, to trap the sound in your booth of excellence there. So yeah, man, we ran with that thing, had a great audience. A lot of new people came in, Jay. Hopefully I sucked them in for us. I let them know what we're doing. I let them know about these folks. And the best thing is we had a bunch of fam in there, obviously. Awesome. So they got to meet our people. And, like once they meet our chat is as big of a selling point as we are.
Couldn't agree
There's
more.
no bullshit about it, dude. It's like our chat is so great. We love you guys so much. We say it every day because we mean it. Like,
and our mods
truly,
who keep it nice.
Jay, I didn't even thank the mods last night.
They're the best.
I apologize. You guys know how much I love you. We are so eternally grateful to like each and every one of you. We couldn't do this without you. I could not imagine, like, especially like Jay, if I'm doing a live where I'm reading.
You can't keep an eye on the chat. You cannot.
I cannot keep an eye on the chat. And Allie's that's not her thing. She's not like micromanaging, like our people being shitty like that. Like it's just not what she's thinking. She's using her giant brain to formulate like legal things and like such. So you guys, thank you so much for last night. Of course, again, with no notice, you guys always come through in the clutch. You're here day in, day out. We absolutely love you guys. We cherish you, and we are so grateful to all of you. All right, man. So
I got something real important to say.
Girl, go.
Okay. So I don't know how many people have heard me say this before, Bob and I, that, talking about celebrate, that it's black and it's white. Like, we've never had this situation arise where we know that there's some way that it can be wrong. Like, this is new information to us. So I did some digging into it, and I was trying to find some, like, technical information, whatever the case may be. And it seems like there is a way, and I got a little bit,
I
well, I'll
can
just say
verify this took place for about 3 hours yesterday. I'm like, babe,
Down
she
a
cracked
rabbit
the
hole, it
case.
sounds like.
Oh man. I mean, when Allie's trying to crack a case, she ain't
it
fucking
was
around.
actually, I think that it was well, whichever. So in any event, it does seem that if you have, so I, you'll notice that, and it might be because it is a deleted entry, that they're using a different sort of source file to come up with the time and to figure out the 2 a.m. entry. So it does appear that with Celebrate, there can be a situation, or with Safari, where you have a window open, you do a search. I do it at 2 o'clock. And I think this is what the state was trying to say happened. And then you come back hours later and you go to that same window. You don't open up a new window. You haven't closed, like, X'd it. You've probably minimized it. And you put a search term in again and you click to search, that the time is not going to update. And I was trying to figure this out. And I was like, holy shit, it sounds like it's possible that it wasn't done at 2 a.m. And then it and then yesterday it dawned on me that that situation would only work for the earliest search, for the 6:30, what is it? 23 search. The one that is not the 2 a.m. search. The first one she did, the one that is spelled with the cold wrong. That's the one that, in this scenario where there's a possibility of, for whatever reason, to me, it sounds ridiculous that there's even this possibility that you're doing a search at, whatever time, and it's taking the old time. But that's not, I don't think that they're going to be able to show that. I don't think it's even possible that that's what happened here, because it would have been the earliest search that happened to. The second search would not take the 2 a.m. time. It could have possibly occurred with the first one. And that's like, to me, it seems like door closed. Like, it had to be, it had to be 2:30 whatever in the morning.
So you're calling bullshit on the whole concept that search was some kind of catch or some kind of like buried file somewhere that times got swapped. And just so y'all know, Allie didn't really set it up. We're assuming that you guys are following the case. If you're not, one of the bigger, I guess, call it issues at play in this trial is this alleged search by Jen McCabe at 2:27 in the morning, wherein she Google searches house long to die in the cold. Jay, did you ever think the word Haas would become like I'm waiting for it to show up in like Webster's Merriam is like an alternate for how. So at any rate, it's been a big bone of contention between both the Commonwealth and the defense, because the Commonwealth is saying, well, that search for how long to die in the cold did not actually happen at 2:27. The implication being, if she made the search, Jen McCabe, at 2:27, that means that she knew, or it's implying that she knew that John O'Keefe was outside on the front lawn, which would then, in the defense's mind, impute guilt to her. So
I mean, in everybody's mind, there is no other conclusion.
100%.
So I was
No,
just
go
gonna
ahead,
say,
Jay.
before we go, we can go further into that, but I think what we should do for people who are here today and who know the case, who may not have been on Twitter, if you guys want to talk about the discovery that's pretty pertinent to what's going on today, just so that, because we're about to start soon, and I want people to be aware what might be happening today.
Yes.
I hope, I pray she starts on time, and if there's any pretrial argument about that it's live, that she makes it to the public, because
me too. Well, to Jay's point, if y'all are not aware, yesterday morning, crack of dawn, we wake up and there's a new discovery disclosure from the Commonwealth to the defense, and listed in it are 3 items: the curriculum vitae or resume of a doctor, a enhanced cruiser video of what we know to be Officer Goody's cruiser. Goody was one of the 3 initial first responder cops that showed up. We had Seraph, Mulaney, and then Goody were all the 3 first cops on the scene. It's also known that Goody is the one who drove to Karen's house after she left, and there's that video of him pulling into the driveway that they put up. And Jay, I don't know if you can remember. I can't remember if they just showed the video or a still picture where he's too far back to where you really can't clearly see the tail light.
I think they showed the video and then they showed the still, if I remember correctly.
So, but he's also the cop who had Karen Reed in the squad to warm her up, and she's making a bunch of statements in there. So they have enhanced the video. So in my estimation, it can only be one of 2 things. Either they've tried to enhance the video of pulling up in the driveway in order to try to get a clearer picture of her taillight, or they've tried to enhance the audio from when Karen's in there. And you know, and it's interesting. Like, so Allison put out a great tweet yesterday specifically about that particular piece of evidence. But before we get to that, and the final thing is a 5-page doctor's note regarding Brian Higgins. Now, Jay has a theory, a medical theory of what that might be. Tell everybody what your theory is, Jay.
You know, a lot of people think it might have to do something with the fight, like he has some injuries because there was a fight, because that's the third-party conspiracy theory. But my theory is it's a surgical operative report from when he had prosthetic hands, implanted on his cheeks, and those are the ones that made the call. So it'll all add up. Why were there
butt dials?
Why were there butt dials? Because this man had prosthetic hands on his cheeks, and they were just dialing like crazy that night. That's my theory.
Jay, I have to say,
there should have been a sound for that, Bob. I don't know which one, but
I know. I think you nailed it. I think you nailed. All right, wait, hold on. You're right. We absolutely need.
It better be good.
I mean, I think that Jay, or like
that was it.
Like, I think Stevie put, that sound was not up to par for the amazing analysis of.
No, I liked it.
Brian Higgins had done medically. I remember I'd have my headphones on when Stevie first put that sound in my sounds, and he would play it occasionally, and it would terrify me. It was so loud. It was kind of like the boxing bell that you were playing the other day. Yeah, it would. I'd be like people would see me. It would like literally stun me, like while I was listening in my headphones. So, yeah, man, like, babe, go ahead. Give us your, so this is going to be some brilliant legal evidentiary stuff for you guys. Give us, wow. Like, have you ever seen somebody undersell themselves as much as Allison does? She's amazing.
Brilliant. I mean, the people know it. I always see it in the chat.
Crazy.
I mean, she's very modest.
All right. So first of all, I just want to put out there one thing I'm very certain of, that this is not an excuse note. This is not a medical report about why he cannot testify. That's not what is happening. But as far as, obviously everyone's thinking, well, what about discovery deadlines and how can they put this stuff in? And, and that's all very, very true. So my position is that, if it is exculpatory, meaning it's somehow helpful to the defense, then obviously they have to turn it over. Like they somehow, they were hoping to enhance something and they thought going to be helpful to them and it wasn't. Or, somebody came across Brian's, medical information or figured out that he had medical information that does, like Jay started to say, show that there was a fight or that there was a dog bite. All of that would be exculpatory. And if it was enhanced and the sound proves that she didn't say something they said she said, or you hear McCabe saying something that she didn't say, anything exculpatory like that should 100% get into evidence. It can come in any time. It's a non-issue. But if it is inculpatory, meaning it incriminates her in some way, it shows a better image of the a taillight. It shows a better image of the side of the road. Oh, look, it's dang impossible to see anything over there because it was a whiteout. Or if it shows her, some audio that incriminates her, that should not come into evidence. It should be excluded because the defense has already put together their entire defense. We are too deep into this.
3
for
weeks
them-
into trial, for God's
Right.
sakes.
and it would be highly prejudicial to the defense to get into evidence. But again, I'm not the judge, so hopefully we get to hear what the judge's position on this is. But I do think it's possible, and this is obviously pure speculation, just as possible and as much as I'd love it to be showing some kind of injury, that they're putting it on to show that he had no injury, that he had whatever gone to the doctor for some reason shortly after this, and he had absolutely no signs of an injury, no dog scratches, no fight injuries.
Well, we talked about that last night, Bae, that like to me that's equally sus.
Me
Like
too.
if he's come up with an excuse to go to the doctor a couple of days after, for whatever reason, in order to make sure, he's like, yeah, I just wanted a general checkup. I wanted you to check me out, and the doctor notes that there's no other injury, in order to kind of cover his ass. That's sus too.
And I'd
but-
surely
Hands
be
on my
asking-
butt, they're not working. Sorry.
These things you put on my ass, they're not working.
And I
I
think
have a
I
lot
would,
of typos with my ass hands, and I don't like it. But look,
but if that
he
was the
would have
case,
to be an idiot
right?
to go to the doctor, unless it was something of a nature that absolutely require, like a huge
Dog bite.
gaping dog bite, But we're totally speculating. We have no idea. Obviously, when that dropped, like my mind starts racing. Jay's mind, all our minds were racing. So it's part of the excitement. It's part of the buildup of what I think is leading up to being just a spectacular day of trial observation. I mean, look, I didn't say it. Ajax said it. Expect fireworks. I mean, the man told the media, quote, expect fireworks, kids. So
Can I make a point that, this is just my overall theme in this shit. Let's just say this enhanced video is like to show the taillight, whatever it is. This is just, to me, just a theme of the prosecution. You're telling me they had to wait till the day of, to the trial, or seeing social media say we can't see shit for them to do this enhancement? Like they weren't prepared to go into this trial with an enhancement. Like, to me, it's just
crazy.
Every time it just shows to me they were not prepared to try this case. They're not prepared. They're trying it and they're not. They don't know what they're doing.
I could not agree more, man. And like from a layperson's perspective, I would expect everyone to say that exact same thing. How are you not ready for the years that you've had that video in your possession, and now 3 weeks into trial, you've decided to try to enhance it? What, because your case isn't going as planned, or like it's like, so that's going to what Allison was saying. I agree that but again, we're not the judge. We like Judge Bev's going to do whatever she wants with it. If it is inculpatory, and I don't know that it is inculpatory if it does show that her taillight is cracked, unless because this goes to that short vid that I did, like, I don't know, a week ago or whatever, where I put on the video of her backing out, what she may or may not have hit John's car, the Traverse that was just sitting there. She's very, very close to it if she doesn't hit it. And the question I had, because they seem to be trying to lean into the thing wasn't cracked. You're keeping an eye on shit, right?
I
Jay?
got it. I keep an eye.
All right. And in my world, like, unless they've gone to their own accident reconstruction person, and the way that it works with an expert is like, we can engage the services of an expert and say, hey, can you take a look at this, no matter what it is, whether it's DNA, whether it's forensic data, and they'll say, well, do you want me to write a report? And we'll typically say, well, we don't want you to write a report, but we want you to take a look at it. And depending on what your answer is, then we'll have you write a report if it goes our way. So, you know, if there's a situation where they've gotten somebody out there to recreate that particular scenario, like exactly with a Chevy Traverse, the same model Chevy Traverse, same model, you know, Lexus SUV.
You're paying attention to the streams, you guys, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
and I'll be right back. I just gotta help Ethan with something. I'll be right back. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry.
And I got it up too. Like for some reason though, mine like lags behind. I don't know.
Oh, I'm getting scared that they're having like
No. Who? Oh, you mean like pretrial hearing and keeping us out, shutting us out once again?
Yes.
All right. You know, but like my concept is that if they did that and they did not get the answer, meaning that there is no way that tail light backing up can make contact with any point of a Chevy Traverse, not even the wiper blade arm. All right, which does jut out a couple of feet. Now, I don't know one way or another. And then the next question becomes, will a low impact collision, if you want to call it that, would that crack a tail light? You know, it's the same question that people are asking. Would a soft body as opposed to a hard object, would even if it were to believe the state or the Commonwealth's theory that she was backing up, if they approximate 24 miles an hour, would that crack these polycarbonate like plastic taillights? Like people that seem like they know what they're talking about, that they're like, there's no way. So, I mean, you've got that argument both ways, but if they went to an accident reconstruction person and they were like, well, yes, it could happen. And we've been able to recreate it on video that you could back into the Traverse and it could crack the tail light. All right, it's up. So let's see. I'm going to pull it up right now. All right, Diz, be ready to fix us if you need to fix us.
Oh,
she's always Johnny on the spot.
What
all right,
this?
Let's go. We got our white fan. Excitement ensues. Go to full screen here.
Make sure you're live.
Let me make sure the site's not muted. Okay, unmute site. All right. Okay,
No,
so
why are you barking at me? I just let
look
him
at this.
in.
Look at so Mandy made this thing right here.
I was trying to figure out.
He looks like Michael Corleone, Godfather 2, right there. Look at that. And I'm his consigliere back there behind him. Michael, you have to make the deal with the Barzinis. All right. So before we jump in,
you're so tall, babe.
Your movement. Katie Burr, $5 holla. Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us all the time. Stephanie Harbin.
Well, what's good is it sounds like she's just entering the room.
It does. So. It does indeed. The Sober Hipster coming through with a gifted DD membership. Thank you so much for that generosity. And I'm sure the benefactor is very, very happy too. Thank you, Sober. Court C, $20 holla. Wow. Thank you guys for all your time and fun commentary. Thank you for being here. We're so happy that you enjoy it. And when you guys tell us that you enjoy it, it makes us feel good. So just know that. Devin, member for 2 months.
Really loud. I don't know if it's just my headphones.
I'm a loud dude, man. Devin, 2 months. Thank you for the live last night. Very helpful. Thank you. We decided to do that last second, and it really, we felt like it went well.
I hopefully it was pretty informative. I think.
Anna Paula Baxter with the $5 holla. Thank you so much, Anna Paula. We really, really appreciate that generosity. Thank you.
No. What are they doing? Are they talking privately?
They're talking about you, Bay. Telling secrets. Christina Jarvis with the $7 Canadian holla. Thank you so much. Good morning, bright and early from BC, Canada, British Columbia. Hands down, this is the best coverage following this trial. Mwah! Thank you so much. That means so much to hear that.
Bob,
thank you. You know, I love to give family hugs. I love to give kisses. I'm a loving guy. You know that.
You are a loving guy.
Mia Bito. Woo! Woo! Coming in hot, gifting the 5DD podcast memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping us build the fam.
Unmuted.
Oh shit, we out. Let's go.
If she just says state,
Is
call your
anybody else
first witness.
excited? Should I just turn this live stream off? Ah, fuck it. Let's not watch it. Kidding. All right, there she is. Getting her shit ready on the bench. Making sure her chair's squeaky.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Florida County of Norfolk. You are near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
God save the Commonwealth.
I love that court crier, that old time.
2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms.
Surprisingly
McLaughlin.
none.
Alan Jackson.
Good morning,
Just
Mr.
excited about
Jackson.
today.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on Hopkins Street.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David United for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Are you
Oh my
all
God, they're already
able
there,
to
so no
follow my
issues.
instructions and
No
refrain from
concerns
discussing
about whatever
with
this
anyone
discovery was.
simply left me alone.
Do I seem that excited, you guys? I'm pretty pumped about today. Woke up at like 5:40.
All right, well,
I
I'd have to say it's pretty telling that they're not discussing this pretrial. It's very telling.
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday?
I did. I really did.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly?
Oh.
My apologies.
You little devil. You little devil. It was right there, and then he pulled it back from us. I'm chipper. I'm always chipper. I mean, so, sometimes I mask my chipperness as, a rant.
I literally just rolled out of the bed and came down here.
This is a true story.
Not as chipper.
I did one of your voice. Allison doesn't sound anything like
Never.
that. Never.
Ever.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
sidebar. Here, Jay's not here. I gotta hook my boy up. All right, now we know. What do you think they're chatting about, Bay?
I would hope it's this medical record, but I can't imagine that it is because that's so. Jay, they brought the jury in right away. There's no,
Wow.
but then they did go to this sidebar, but there was no pretrial argument. We could hear the judge coming in, the rustling while we were looking at the fan, and now they're doing the sidebar, which I just feel like if this had to do with anything that we've sort of pontificated, it would have been discussed before the jury got in. The judge would have
Right.
been alerted to the fact that we need to have a discussion.
Right.
So whatever this is,
Jay, Allie, I want to tell you how astute our family is here.
mhm.
So this is very true, Allie. Like I didn't think I was hangry.
I thought
However,
you were. I could tell. It was
the truth is, we actually went to bed without eating dinner. You guys are amazing. That you like. Am I that much of?
You're transparent.
I am super transparent. There's
Clearly,
no.
Bob, are you a
Vietnam.
little behind? Because I'm seeing the witness. Can you fast forward?
Oh
What?
Lord,
Oh,
Robert
Jesus,
Michael.
Jay
What
Bird.
would we do without you? I asked you this. Oh
How
my
could I be
God.
behind?
Please, Mr.
All right. Phew. Good job, Jay. How am I behind? What the fuck is happening with this thing?
Jesus.
Thank God for Jay. All I have to say.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That
Good
in
morning,
fact,
sir.
Brian
Good
Higgins.
morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your employment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And do you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that, specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that date initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. Might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake and the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you, you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Albert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Albert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Albert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the
He's
only
crying
federal
early,
agent
this
that had
guy.
space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak.
And as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an office or a desk there?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
All right.
No,
So it's going to be
it's
Jackson.
not abnormal.
Well, we knew that.
To have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrive back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City, if you know?
I believe that Brian Albert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Albert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department, where I dropped off Kevin Albert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Albert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as
Now you got
vehicles
policies
related
you
to
follow.
you, whether they be personal or work, and Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
Setting up the excuse for the
And,
1:30
Jeep,
trip back.
that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, sort of what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6.8 and I think 7.2. But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And
Someone just said I sound
how
like
often
Lally,
would you
and
have-
that's
was
the
that like
most
a year-round
insulting
thing,
thing
or
that's
how
ever been
often,
said to me. Holy
when
shit.
about would you
Wait,
have
did
that-
Lally
that
just talk?
plow affixed to the Jeep?
Holy shit.
Inclement weather
Wow.
or
Ow.
impending inclement weather.
Wow, babe, zing.
And is that something that you used, as far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep to?
To help family and friends clear the property at the Cape. I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside, and do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Albert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably. because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the hillside, how long were you there and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And
I
as
drive
far
all
as
the
where
time.
Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
Again, it was dark. It could have been around 9 in the area, 9 o'clock.
And when
It
you
was
get
dark,
to the Waterfall,
I
do
was
you recall
drunk,
where in relation to the Waterfall
driving.
you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
So you come in to the Waterfall and where do you go?
I went to a series. I saw Brian and his family, and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
Now, with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the area where Brian Albert was, his wife was there, correct?
Yes.
And who, if anyone else, was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you came?
So it would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there. Caitlin Albert, Brian's daughter. Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe.
The Greeks.
And Jim McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually.
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that that you observed from anybody that was present over the course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
And just to be clear, when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just to be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
And as far as, were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And
or as long as.
And so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as
She
far
was
as,
the
would there be
babysitter.
occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
Agreed,
And
Emmy.
did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time for the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back,
The Pats
let
game,
me ask you
Jake.
this, as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course
Face scratch.
of time that you
Jack,
knew them, did
what's that
you have
mean?
occasion to get their contact information and have communication with each of them through their phones?
I had John's telephone. John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or varied?
Oh, they would be text.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the Waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the Waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high top bar area, the high top in the bar area closest to the bar.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the Waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the glass that Ms. Reed took out of her coat?
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
She stole it from the last bar.
Did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming to the Waterfall?
Sistine.
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called CF McCarthy?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the Waterfall and or CF McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you
Look
make
at his
of
face. He's like, what? I'm supposed to know where the glass came
that
from?
it wasn't from the Waterfall.
Oh, he does
and,
know.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the Waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the Waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the Waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the Waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on this date, did you have Ms. Reed's cell phone information
I did not.
at the time that you were
What?
at the Waterfall?
No.
What?
Do you recall sending a text or?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
Oh,
At this
oh.
time, I know we've jumped around a couple of days.
I
but
didn't
at this
understand
time that
you.
you were at the Waterfall on the 28th.
Oh, he's like, I know. I don't know how to ask questions.
Yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the Waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
Pause it real
I
quick.
did.
Did you recall what the
Right.
substance of that text was?
I think it was some.
I feel a question from Jackson. You remember on Direct when they first asked you about whether you had Karen's number that you said no. What changed between you saying no and then him reminding you about a text that you actually remember, something like that?
Yeah, he'll definitely trip him up. And I just want to say I was not aware through Brian Albert's testimony that they were in New York for an officer's funeral. I could just tell you, as being an Irish, Italian, Scottish guy, that Irish wakes, especially for cops, are heavy duty drinking occasions. Like I'll be surprised if Jackson doesn't inquire
Look at
as to
him
whether or not they started.
stereotyping like
Nah,
that.
I'm Irish, dude. It's truth. I'm curious if this was not a full day of drinking for this guy.
So he did, if you do remember, Albert did talk about coming back and them stopping to get something to eat. And then he left before Higgins ate or something
Right.
like that they stopped at a bar. But I also want to say, I was wondering, did he go to get some extra sun before today or to the tanning salon so we
Let's
couldn't
go,
tell if
let's
his face
go.
got red?
Something like, well,
And do you recall meant as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
Wow. What?
around midnight or so, when you leave the Waterfall, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the Waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, there was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
Yes, Carrie. Flirty text,
And
Carrie.
as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the table, yes.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard. And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so when you're leaving.
Yes, no.
Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the Waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the Waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. But the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there. Is that correct?
I did.
And so with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little sweep of the driveway. And then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Every time they put the testimony on, it just undermines.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
How many doors are there?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, I'm going to give you a laser pointer and just press that button there.
Laser pointer time.
So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in this photograph, where you parked your Jeep at.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointed in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or the passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house sort of with traffic, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you can take that down. Thank
You guys can't see it, but he's using his butt hands to hold the laser pointer.
Butt hand.
So you arrive at the house, you do
His butt.
as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, and then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And
Colin would have had to be there at that point.
Females, did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house, when you park, when you do the sort of plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like a breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two, females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say.
And do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you left the house on Fairview that evening?
I'd guesstimate it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you've described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No.
Did you go upstairs at any time?
No.
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
No.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the windows or the door or anything like that?
No.
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
So I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not, no.
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
While I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
So after you left the Waterfall, when you left the Waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
And Jen McCabe with the apps.
I can't say 100% no.
But after you left the Waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the Waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the residence, and again, you're not sure what time that was?
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
And do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
Only there 15 minutes.
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the house when you exited from the house?
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
You know, Colin.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name, and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Helbert.
Are you familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as calling out?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, what was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. As far as the snow was concerned, was
Yes.
it sticking to, or was it accumulating on the lawn as well?
I believe so. I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to
but she
your
went
Jeep,
the
can you
office.
describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had affixed to the front of the Jeep, how is, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator controls it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord, and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you still could see the ground.
So you pull forward a couple of feet, and then you lift it. About how high did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull
You're
away from
muted,
the house,
Bob, if
is
you're
that right?
talking.
Correct.
And as you're pulling away from the house, where is your attention drawn, or what, if anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And
Looked
when
at my
you drove
phone
away,
first. I think I looked at my
again,
phone.
during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as
No,
far
nobody
as
was out
when
there.
you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
I was going to say, if he can remember
Now,
tire
you leave
tracks, he
the
can
residence
see
at
what's on that
34
lawn.
Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Yes, Regina.
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me. As a courtesy, I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we get a little more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regard to the Canton police station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in, sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if I had, that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like, say, in front of the police station?
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the typical path that you would take, sort of park to the back and then cut through the sally port into the station?
Yes, that would be the route that I would go.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the sally port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. I'd walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as when you initially walk into the sally port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
And when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the sally port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the sally port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small.
And when you say small, about how far?
About 12 feet, maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch, is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
And as far as the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with, or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes.
You're aware that those cameras record, is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at a certain time?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
And did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far a drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles?
CJ getting irritated.
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it was, but I left the key on the desk to facilitate somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your
Ellie, you're
office, you get the
muted.
key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton PD?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Could have been somewhere around 20 at 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
And when you get home, do you recall like what it was that you did when you got home?
Well, it was a long day. We had traveled, the traffic, it just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I did what I typically do after being out, having a couple of drinks. I had something else to eat, and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks and either laid on the couch or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
You went home and got drunk as shit
Now,
and then went
after
to bed?
you
Got
fall
hammered.
asleep at some
He was
point
already
later
hammered,
on,
got more.
that morning
With
or,
shit-faced.
something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones, and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, or who was calling you at that?
Well, I think first it was Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
No.
And was that abnormal for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
No, he's an early riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of blew, like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like, that kind of caused me some concern, because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did he tell you?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
What did you learn?
Yes.
Now, prior to that, from the time that you got home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the Waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr. Albert communicated via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as
Butt
far
dial.
as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Now, with regard to starting with the weather, when you woke up and you were driving back to 34 Fairview, what was the weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
I might have went in the driveway. I don't remember specifically where I parked.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian, I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
Cue the donut joke.
And as far as the house when you come in, similar to the evening before, but how would you describe sort of the mood and demeanor of the people in the house when you arrived there later on that morning, sometime around 7 or so?
People were pretty distraught.
And did you know why they were distraught?
Because John had been found on the lawn.
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
And when you received that information or were informed of that, how did you receive that information, or what, if any, impact did that have on you?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain, you can ask it differently.
When did you first learn of Mr. O'Keefe being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview?
during the phone call at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him.
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house.
Hey, pause it a second. I just have to say, just from a common sense standpoint, if everyone is sort of waiting for them to get there and Karen's actually looking, there's multiple people seeing them outside, it's to me illogical that there'd be zero discussion in the house about the fact that where the hell did they just go? They were here. Like, so for him to be like, oh, they never even showed up.
It's decidedly convenient.
Right.
You know, and it seems to me that Lally's made a point of basically shielding him from even seeing them pull up, you know, even though we know
you're sitting with your back to them. You're right.
Right. At 12:20, you know, what what is he texting John for? He's texting his girlfriend.
Right. It's
Like,
weird.
an
It's
hour earlier.
Right. You
It's
could
like,
take it to be like he's kind of hoping that she shows up. And so, you
with
know,
her
he's,
man.
well, they were together. I don't know.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Do you recall any sort of conversation about,
Oh, here we go.
within the group as far as what was going on?
Objection.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Objection.
Just that.
okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there, later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
Less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Wow.
Do you recall
That's
whether or
not
not,
a reason.
do you recall
Not
whether or
great
not you were at
reasons.
the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Starting to stumble a little bit
Now,
here.
He knows it's getting close.
again, from when you went,
Cross-examination time.
maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I
Wow,
believe I was
really
in that vehicle
leading.
all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those
I'm so
troopers
impressed with you
prior to that
boys.
date that you met with them?
Jay's still
So
laughing.
I
understand.
was familiar with Trooper Buchanan.
Cocky.
Evidently, I was
Help him.
reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made, but I didn't remember him.
And as far as you mentioned, you know, sort of socializing with other officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
That was a lot
Now,
of
when you
explanation.
met with him,
A lot of
on this
words.
day, do you recall specifically what day it
Not
was?
saying a goddamn thing.
No,
If I said February 3rd, would that sound about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies, and I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
And how is it that you sort of generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, it's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
Babe Posset.
And why was it that you?
So maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I can tell you that clearly he is law enforcement. Oftentimes they just take a screenshot, and I'm wondering, had he deleted it already? And that's why he needed them to do an extraction to bring them back?
I mean,
because otherwise he could have just taken a screenshot and printed it. No, you don't need any sort of special law enforcement. I mean, clients do that to me everyday people do that to each other all the time. Screenshot of.
And other witnesses did that in this case. You know,
You don't need an extraction for that.
They don't need an extraction for that at all. Yeah, look, I mean, you can sense it. You can sense he's stumbling on words. Like, think back to an hour ago.
He was cool
and collected. As this thing progresses, it's getting closer and closer.
I do think, I seriously do think it's possible that his wife was like, dude, you've got to get some sun before you go in there. So
I mean, it's definitely not a spray tan. Like,
I know that I was
spray
kidding.
red. Like, oh, can you make me look like I'm sunburnt? I don't want to look tan. Do you have the sun? Just kidding. All right,
Bob, before you unpause it, just we got over 1,100 people on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you could hit that like,
yes,
it helps us out.
Minimize the chat just a second. Hit that thumbs up.
Yeah, and it gets us out. We're so grateful. We have more people. Our community is growing. So thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate it.
We do, and we love each and every one of you. Let's go.
You felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
Now, with reference to either or both of those communications with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the material that you provided to the troopers, what if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
Nothing.
So as far as the material or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes.
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly thereafter, did you have a conversation with Sergeant Buchanan in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had provided?
Oh, so I think during the actual interview, he specifically asked me these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant, from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, we might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly it is what it is.
Spit it out.
Everything
man.
that was on those phones
today,
was provided.
Junior.
Nothing was deleted.
And as
Touch
far
your face,
as
please.
when you provided these text communications to the troopers, was that something that they had asked for, or was that something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
And upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have further questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
As far as intimacy.
Dude, if this guy is already starting to crumble on direct from Lally, just
I mean,
wait.
look, at least Lally is finally trying to front some shit.
Yeah.
It's the first witness we've seen him front anything
Good point.
in any way, shape,
I
or form.
was wondering if he was going to do it. So from the prosecution standpoint,
That speaks volumes, though, of how concerned he is about this cross. I want to do a poll about, do you guys think Proctor is going to testify?
Sure, I'm going to show you.
Yes, I think he has to, right?
he's going to be called by the defense if he
Right.
doesn't.
Yeah, Luthi has a theory that I'll tell you guys when there's a break.
Familiarize yourself with and look up when you can.
All right, so Sleuthie has a theory that he keeps talking about Proctor doing all these interviews, and he specifically asked if there was another trooper with him every single time.
My apologies. Do you recognize what those are?
Finish it later.
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
56
the defendant.
pages of text.
Yes.
Almost introduced in a minute.
Okay. So we'll do them separately, please. So that the first 12-page one.
Minus the dick pics, of course. He pulled the dick pics. Those didn't make it.
Bob.
They didn't make the cut.
I only delete my text to your mom, but other than that, I keep all of my texts.
Wow, Jay. Yo mama jokes.
Allie, I'll never stop. I'm sorry, Allie.
May I return both of those to the?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention first to what's remarked as Exhibit 103.
Yeah, cops that look like
The communications,
Chad Daybell.
or text communications that you had with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
And sir, if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within that, just in reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe?
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
He basically, it's kind of hard to read, I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, pal? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out, he's trying to see where you are and if you want to meet up.
Yes.
How's that not him?
Now, sir, if I could direct your
Hearsay.
attention to the last page within those documents you have before you.
He can't read. Get him the flashlight.
Oh, wait. Hey, Clark,
So,
could I
with
use your
reference
flashlight,
to,
please?
There's
Thank
some
you.
conversation on the
he's
bottom
another
of that
shade of
last
red.
page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The vein is supposed
Now-
to burst in his head.
You had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
So that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I asked if I broke his nephew's toy video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, where you used to live in Canton, where was that, or how close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Ave?
Not far at all. Several blocks.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game, at some point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you had offered to clear out his driveway?
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come by? Things like that. Yes.
And had you ever taken Mr. O'Keefe up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up on it this time?
I wanted to sleep with his girlfriend.
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly.
Oh, I don't know if I believe
I knew
it.
it was probably going to be the last game for the season.
Meanwhile,
and I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Plus, I thought Karen was kind of
in
hot.
reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
what was the score?
Who cares?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or the.
Josh Allen kills us.
But I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
I was too busy ogling
And
Karen.
so if you recall that evening, about what time was it that you stopped by Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you left?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then John's nephew. And
oh, wow.
I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
I mean, you're gonna
And
leave
as far
her
as
out.
The
guys
harms
kissed.
or concerns, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there, and I believe through John O'Keefe.
How well did you know them at that point?
Not very well.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there. Had you ever met him before?
No.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew while you
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Lally, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is about, did you break the video?
Yeah, it's a little difficult to read. I apologize.
Get the man the flashlight. I mean, you
So
would think
he's
after the
he
last
is
witness.
clearly getting emotional, but like with him, it's tricky. It could be many reasons why he's getting emotional.
Right.
Many reasons.
I think his
Yes.
emotions seemed
that
genuine,
indicates about
but we don't know what
9:33 in
the
the morning.
for.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text exchange, and if you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying it.
It says TF, hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
What does that
And,
mean?
What, if any, other communication is there later on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to introduce Hennessy XO? Was I really playing video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit? And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
Is that the end of that
And then
the conversation?
it appears to be, yeah. Yes.
Then the next conversation begins on what's indicated as Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that that was January 29th?
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
This is
Never
he
again,
might
no.
be ending.
I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor.
So from what I'm getting, his John O'Keefe's nephew beat his ass in Madden, and this guy was so wasted he can't determine if he threw the fucking controller when he lost. I mean, what
Might
is
be
going
over,
on?
Bay.
I think it's over.
I want some food. You eating food?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and.
I mean, just an almond.
They're approaching.
Yeah, you might be a little. You could probably do little arrows if it's a little beyond. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Some arrow action, Bay.
Thanks, Jay.
Oh, you got some time. Oh my gosh, I'm
Oh,
starting
shit.
to.
Oh, do we got the morning break here?
Are they standing?
Yeah,
Damn
Yeah,
it,
there's
man.
Danny.
still on.
We're all sitting with bated breath. I need my popcorn. You know, I was thinking about it. If I didn't know anything, and they may have forgotten by now. I don't think it was actually mentioned in opening. I'm not sure whether this guy broke his, went to the army base or destroyed his phone or whatever the case may be. I don't even know if the jury picked up on like the kind of stumbling at the end or like we're more attentive to it, because I'm thinking, and it's obviously very easy on direct. It's a cakewalk on direct, and he is a trained officer. He has testified God knows how many times, I'll assume.
True story.
But he's probably come off to them thus far very genuine and honest to the jurors.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He looks like a nice guy up there. Like there's no, I mean, there was some uncomfortable shit he's getting asked about. I
Right,
mean,
and they definitely would associate anything about, as one of the, I think I put up somebody's comment, like jurors are thinking if they're perceiving any of the stumbling or anything at all, they're definitely going to think it's because, that it's because this whole, I was, having this
and plus it being
relationship with my friend's girlfriend.
Right.
Well, not for a cop. They're not thinking a cop is. I would hope they wouldn't think a cop's nerve-wracked on the stand.
I don't know.
An agent.
he's not up there in his official capacity, though. You know what I mean? He doesn't have his shiny badge on. But yeah, I mean, it's about to get a lot more uncomfortable, and there's obviously a major discussion going on. You know,
All right, so we'll be in recess.
Oh shit! What?
Okay.
I need some almonds.
Thanks.
Well, while they go on break again, this is we clearly the word is spreading, and that's for you guys. We got let me see how many over at least 1,100 in chat, almost 1,200 in YouTube chat. So thank you guys so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Bob and I talk about this all the time. For folks who don't know, we both kind of quit our jobs, and your guys, you know, your super chats, your shares, your likes, it really means the world for us, particularly in this case where we know there's like a lot of options, and for you guys to be here with us, we appreciate it.
We are so grateful because
So, babe, let's.
like I can't think of a case. Maybe, and you and I didn't cover it, but maybe Depp heard like because I like there was a definitely a lot of people covering Murdoch, but not like this. Like everybody's covering this one. So yeah, like I echo.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. This is a long
Bob.
crime
And as
legal
you'll learn,
alert.
Bob is not the
Google
greatest with
Incognito
tech.
tracked users'
What?
browsing
That
data
wasn't my
without their
fault. I
knowledge.
can't help
Yep,
Jeff
Paul
is.
Manafort
Weber
Alliance, one of
jumped
our
on
legal
there talking
sponsors,
shit.
is actually
I mean, he
helping users
surprised
file
me.
for
They went from
compensation due
fan
to
to
issues
Jesse.
surrounding
Well,
Google
pause
users'
it, do
privacy
something.
through their Incognito
did.
browser.
No,
if
hit
you've
live.
used Google
You didn't mute it,
Incognito,
Bob.
Right.
Now.
Okay. Wait,
Hey,
can you
everyone.
still hear it?
No, we could.
It just stopped. It just ended.
Oh. But it is all right, Jay. Make sure you're keeping an eye on it, though.
I got it.
All right, good boy, good boy. But yeah, just to finish that thought, we are so thankful that you guys are here. If you're new, welcome. As you can see, we try to put a little bit of levity in there. A little humor is always good in a very dark subject matter because, like we've been talking about it over the past couple of weeks. I mean, the one thing that has become very evident to me is that John O'Keefe was a great guy. You know, the guys loved him, the ladies loved him, and he was just like a stand-up man, a good dude. So it's like you feel the pain of that loss for that family. They show his father quite a bit in the gallery there, and you can't forget that his brother passed as well. I mean, the O'Keefe family has gone through a tremendous amount of loss in a very short period of time. I mean, Allie, we have 4 kids. There is nothing that I can think of that would be more horrible than to lose a kid like before I die. Like I mean, I can't even.
No, it's
I can't even imagine it, to be honest.
It's definitely the worst thing. I know, like when my uncle died, my grandfather's Alzheimer's, that like kicked into high gear because it's like you're saying, like one of the most stressful things. He was 30 something,
God, I mean, can you imagine? I can't even imagine it. I would swap me out like in a heartbeat if that was a thing, like I just, so I have I'm sure all of us in the chat as well have a huge amount of empathy for the O'Keefe family for certain. So
I do want
I mean that like, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, babe.
No, I kind of interrupted you, so you should.
But if you didn't, I would just talk the whole time. So
that is true. That is true, people. So somebody asked, and in the chat here about Coffin Daffer. Is that right?
That is the correct way to say it.
Yes.
Okay. So about her changing her tune, and for anyone who doesn't know, it's maybe Bob can't pull it up. He's blocked.
Block.
Anyone who doesn't know, she's former FBI and has been very, very adamant throughout this that the evidence is going to clearly establish that Karen Reed is guilty, just like guilty. And I saw, I'm not usually on social media, but after the post yesterday, I was sort of like on for a while.
You were on fire on the Twitter.
I know. I need to. I can't even. I don't even want to get back on.
I'm
But-
waiting for the one day when you follow me back, Ellie. I'm waiting for the heavens to open and then you follow me back on there. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh wow, you haven't
I
even
don't follow
followed Jay
anyone
back?
because I
Doesn't
don't
hasn't
usually
followed me
do
back,
it.
Bob. Can you
Should be
believe that?
ashamed of yourself, babe.
I'm not usually on there. I'm like, I don't do this, but
Wow.
then
What
I
a
pop on and do
convenient
something.
excuse. What a convenient excuse. Oh, I don't do social media. I don't go on the YouTube.
I mean, my voice is really now. It's like I don't even know.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right, so coffin daffer.
Yes.
Coffin blocker to me.
Right.
I think it's almost the year anniversary being blocked by her.
Jay, can you pull up her tweet while I tell this little story? It was just something.
Yes,
it was an under, like
undertone.
Yeah, it was like she's like giving herself an out. She's like, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna still speak my truth, but I'm gonna be paying extra close attention to determine the truth. So it and clearly everyone else is reading it that way too. And the comments that I was reading were like, oh, it's kind of late for that now, lady. But I'm assuming, and it's a complete assumption, that it has something to do with this either the combination of the 2 a.m. search.
I mean,
or
she's
maybe
been adamant that search is bullshit. Like how many interviews? Like you watched an interview with her on with that one dude. I'm not sure who he was. He had kind of coffin after on, and then Sean McDonough, I believe his name is, the cop who's very free Karen Reed, and Coffin Dever's always been like the oh, there she is.
Do you know? I have no idea when it was. Was it recent?
It was last night at like 10 o'clock at night.
That Sleuthy used to be pretty tight with Jen. Like
this one or different?
Like while you guys are digging around, Regina, thank you so much. 2 $5 hollows. I do love, and Jay loves. We both love super chats.
Oh, this could be it. No, it's after that.
And then Michelle got here late. You didn't miss anything. You're here just in time, Michelle, for that $10 hollow. We thank you. And then you see the Jay and Bob glamour shots. Now, Jay, you happen to be off, but you are now officially young Michael Corleone, Godfather.
I saw that picture. I said in the chat, I'm like, I will never look as good as AI Jay. It makes me.
So, Jay, just read that last little as
I
for
know
me.
It was you, Fredo. You broke my heart.
All right. As for
$10
me.
hollow. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just giving some love out. Aspiring. Thank you. Feed Alley for truth. $5 hollow. Appreciate you, Sarah. Todd, what's up? Glad to be with y'all.
Babe,
glad you're here. 5 months. Word.
Let Jay read this so we can take
all right.
it
All
off
right.
the
All right. I
screen.
just want to give thank yous real quick while we have a shout. Thank you guys. Love being here. Aw.
Somebody loves those family hugs.
People
Angela
love family
loves them.
hugs. I
All right,
who
you're
would
on,
love
Jay.
that? All right. Sorry,
Are you
Jay.
sure? Sorry. As for me, I will continue to stream the trial, but I plan to do a reset, staying true to what I believe the evidence shows, but watching and listening closer than ever for the truth. May justice be served in the John O'Keefe case. Karen Reed stands accused of his murder.
All right, now we can take it off. So that's I mean, she's doing a reset. She's taking a step back. I think it's, it could also have been, I don't know what it would have been about the discovery, that would have made her go as far as to say a reset, but maybe some of that testimony having come out where more people are seeing the searches. Maybe somebody was like, maybe she got more information. Sort of like, if for those of you that are late, we talked about this a little bit like when we first started. So Bob and I are used to seeing Celebrate extractions, and I have always assumed those are black and white. I've never had a situation where it's like, oh no, that was really happened hours ago or something like that. So I did.
May I respond? So I was interacting with Coffin Daffer quite a bit, like when Koberger broke. So Coffin Daffer, if you don't know who she's former Fed, has a very big Twitter account, upwards of 70. I've been blocked so long that I don't know where she sits right now. But I think she was in the high 60s, and she had a propensity to completely butcher the law. Like, we know as lawyers that cops know nothing about the law. which sounds weird because they're out there enforcing the law, but in terms of the practice of law, they know nothing about it. They didn't go to law school. They don't understand black letter law. They don't.
I've been asked like shockingly ridiculous questions from police officers, like that. I'm like stunned.
So I had a tendency, very politely. I have a very, I'm always, which reminds me of that JoJo thing yesterday. Like, you remember that little tweet exchange? Yeah, I'm like, she's not reading the right Twitter account, because I never lose my cool with anybody, and I didn't then either. But at any rate, I digress. So like, but I had a tendency to come at her, really just trying to correct her, not in a rude way, not like, oh, you're a fucking idiot, but like saying, hey, Jen, just wanted to let you know this is how this process really works. Because my feeling was that she had a huge following, and I'm always concerned about misinformation being spread. I mean, like, really, like, our Just Facts moniker was kind of born out of that, because I try to spit facts. I don't speculate on things. I wait until people are arrested and there's a trial that's pending. That's when I start covering cases. Like, I don't typically dip into anything where there hasn't been arrest, because it's not my thing. Like, I'm a lawyer. Like, what I bring value is to the process. I can try to help people understand if they have questions. I like to try to educate. And, I think that's the value I bring to the community. So I try not to engage in the speculation stuff. Like, I didn't cover Delphi for 5 years when there was no arrest made, because it was toxic and it was weird, and it was people just, accusing people online, and it's not my thing. It's not my thing. So ultimately, this is a very long answer. She digs in. She doesn't give a shit about trials. She doesn't care about the thing that I'm always preaching, is that we all need to wait. I don't care how adamant you are about whether Karen Reed's guilty or whether Karen Reed's innocent. You don't know shit until we've gone through trial. I can't say it any more plainly than that. You are absolutely allowed to have a gut feeling, to have an opinion on it going in, but you are required to wait until trial, to hear the shit get vetted, to hear the witnesses, to see the evidence. It's the only time you know. Otherwise, you're telling me that you're a fortune teller, a soothsayer, some kind of magical savant who doesn't need to see the evidence, can just go by what they've heard through the media, who always get shit wrong and come to conclusions. And that's what Coffin ever does all the time. That's her thing. So she's seeing it unfold. It's like, it's a perfect example why I tell her, you need to wait to trial, lady, before you dig in on a position. So now she's backtracking, and good for her. Like, if it's lesson learned, then I feel like it's a win for all of us, because maybe moving forward with her big ass Twitter account, she'll act responsibly, so that's it.
And can I just add to that, like, and because we have some new folks in here, maybe just because we post clips of commentary, or we add commentary, or we post clips of witnesses that we may seem at a moment seem like, first of all, it might just be a big moment in the trial. Second of all, it might seem like I posted something, like I'll post if there seems to be inconsistencies. First of all, it doesn't mean I'm right. They could be telling the truth if I think they're being evasive. But second of all, it does not mean just because I post a clip of Jen McCabe that I think that, like, she's like, that's all I've done. And like, we post clips, and Bob and I have said this entire time. We take each witness as they come, and we're just kind of taking it that way. And then people jump on you like, no, you think that she's guilty. No, you think that she's, and it's like, no, I'm just posting clips of commentary. Doesn't mean I'm taking a stance. I'm waiting for all the evidence, as Bob and Allie are. So like, relax, I guess. Not to the, I mean, our chat is good, but like, some people out there, it's like,
You're disappointing me, Jay. Stop disappointing me.
Yeah,
sorry,
Jay, why do you have to
I did it again. I'm
disappoint me?
disappointing everyone.
My God, dude. It's like,
all right, so let me tell the people, because we have a much larger amount of people viewing right now than we did this morning when we kind of went over this. But I did a deep dive into the possibility of this time being wrong, like that somehow
on the Cellubrite
report, that it's somehow picking up this earlier time. So what it seems the prosecution is saying is that at 2:27 a.m. around then, Jen McCabe was searching for something related to basketball, whatever search she was performing when she laid in bed. That later, when Karen told her to do this search, according to her testimony, she opened up that very same Safari window. And it took the earlier time. And apparently that is a real possibility that something can somehow take an earlier time. There's no part of me that thinks that time can't be cross-checked and somehow verified. Like I just, if not, everyone who's been convicted on Celebrate data, it all needs to be looked at again. I don't know, but sorry to get off point. So if that were like the error that might have happened, you would expect it to be with the first search, the 623 search. And that search did not mirror the 2 a.m. search. It was how to die with cold spelled wrong, where the later one, what is it, 624? The 624 search matches the 2 a.m. search. So to me, that takes out the possibility that somehow the later search picked up the time of the earlier search, because what about the one in between? What about the first one at 623? But I'm obviously excited to see that play out in real time. So, we're thinking that a lot of people are sort of rethinking their stance because they're getting some more intel, maybe from, like I did, kind of digging in to figure out, is it even possible for Cellulite to be, for the timestamp to pick up an earlier search because you're using the same window.
Yeah, and to that point, and like Allie was explaining this to me yesterday, and like when I say that she was spending a couple hours on it, I mean she was spending a couple of hours on it. Like when she digs into something, she digs into it because she wants to really try to have a real firm grasp of it. And and like I went back to that conversation that I had relating back to what I thought was an incredible portion of the cross-examination of Jen McCabe, wherein Jackson really focused on the fact of why did she search the same thing twice when both searches net the same search result. We all know Google. We know how Google is, and we know if we make a typo that Google is able to understand what we meant to type, and it's going to pull up what it believes that what we were attempting to type. And for both of those, and I of course tried it and screen recorded it, because somebody's like, oh, no, look. And I'm like, all right, dude. I'm like, I'm gonna do it too. And so I put it in both. First website, which some people call articles. I mean, articles are contained on everything on Google is a website, right? You click on a. So the first thing that I see is the first real site after, of course, Karen Reed shit. House Long to Die in the Cold was the first shit to pop up. And it's clear to me that she would never have needed to Google it again. Like it was such a huge point to me. And the question becomes, did that strike home with the jurors the same way that it struck home with me? Because for as much as I followed this case, I had never really thought of it in that sense. I always knew about the 227, the 623, 624, and that she had done these two searches. I had obviously thought that the 624, that she was trying to overwrite or mask this deleted search from 227. But that kind of just that finite point of why would you have done it again? That question's unanswerable.
And her response was, I think it was because whatever I searched didn't generate the right result, but that's not going to be left out there. That's definitely going to be proven that it was the same. And I've never seen anything show deleted that didn't. Maybe they will pull that up. I just had this this comment that was posted about it needing to be within 5 minutes of the wall. Now, the demonstration I saw, it actually was, because I was thinking when I was looking at it, why doesn't this guy wait a little bit of a longer amount of time? And I thought it was just because he was kind of doing it quickly, but everything was very close. The minutes were very close where he was actually showing how the database kept the wrong time. So you would expect it to be that many hours later. That makes sense to me that this wouldn't even be, at least the thing that I was reviewing wouldn't be a possibility where it's picking up that old time of that prior search. And yeah, deleted, as far as I know, I have never, ever had an occasion where it was even an option that it's showing deleted, but it wasn't really deleted.
Well, the implication would be that you deleted something that never existed. If we're to believe that she didn't make the Google search at 2:27 a.m., what in the world did you just delete if it wasn't there?
But there might be some expert, explanation for, like, if you
we
close
know
the
there's
tab
going
and
to be.
minimize it, that show up as deleted. Like,
We
there
know
could
there's
be
going to
something.
be but that was my bigger point. Like, we're going to have experts from both sides come in saying the opposite shit. You're going to have like 2-3 guys from the Commonwealth coming on saying, oh, it didn't happen. You're going to have 2-3 guys from the defense saying, oh, it happened. And ultimately, I am left with,
Common sense.
is the jury going to be left with that question? Why did you search it 2 times? Like that is going to be their biggest hint. When you have 2 experts or more on each side saying the opposite thing of one another, they're going to X each other out. There's going to be no way for a jury to differentiate which one I can trust and which one I can't trust. So you know what they're going to do? Because they're normal people, they're going to use common sense, and they're going to go back to that thing that Alan Jackson is going to hammer in closing. Why did she Google it twice? Use your common sense. There's no valid reason why she would have done it twice, but to mask the fact that she had searched at 2:27. I mean, to me, that was a mic drop, like body slam, like home run, winning shot moment. And, but I could be totally wrong. I don't know. But,
And we won't know until we hear both the experts.
won't know
until-
figure out.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, your turn.
I was just going to say, for folks who don't know, because we're talking about Jen McCabe, first of all, next week, there's only court on Tuesday. However, we got some stuff planned for you guys. And one of those things is Wednesday, we are having Jack, who is never a truer word on Twitter, who does language analysis. He's going to come on with me and Bob. It takes him like a week just to get all the stuff down. He's going to give us prompts, and then he's going to give his analysis, whether at what points he thinks Jen was truthful, at what points maybe she wasn't truthful. So that'll be on Wednesday. So we hope you guys will join us for that.
Yeah. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. If you guys are not familiar with Jack, Jay didn't even like he really puts in the time. Like when he gives his analysis, y'all are going to be blown away. Like,
So wait, is this body language or is this
no?
verbal
It's language. It's language, not body.
Yeah. No, he's parsing the words. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
I remember that there's someone who does that, right? Okay.
It's Jack. Yeah, Jack does sound awesome. So yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to that. And on top of that, what Jay are going to do we're going to do it with our Patreon members as well as our YouTube members. We're going to pick out, and we decided to wait until after Brian Higgins testified, see how this goes down. And what we'd like to do on a day or two next week is revisit. We're going to put up 4 witnesses that we think were probably the top 4 and give you guys the opportunity to vote on probably 2 of them that you'd like us to revisit and really kind of dig into more in depth. We think it'll be pretty cool. We'll hit all the high spots of the testimony. We'll hit all the inconsistencies, all that good stuff. So look for that over the weekend. Jay and I are going to talk about it. We're going to figure it out. We'll post it on community, and we'll also post it on Patreon as well. A little poll for you guys to vote because we want you guys to decide. What, babe?
I don't know if you still have it like ready. I do. If you want me to pop it up
What?
for anyone who doesn't know that the rule for third party culprit evidence, so
I
that
think
we can
I
be.
think I could pop it up. I think I got it.
So, for anyone who doesn't know, the judge told the defense that the Commonwealth asked that the defense.
Jay, I'm sorry to interrupt, babe. Keep an eye on the trial.
I got eyes on it.
Okay.
The Commonwealth filed a pretrial motion in limine asking that the defense be prevented from putting on any evidence of third-party culprits, meaning Brian Higgins did it, Brian Albert did it, whatever the case may be. Right. So this is the rule in Massachusetts for when they can get third-party evidence in. And the judge said, I'm not going to prevent it right now. I'm going to give you the opportunity to develop enough evidence during the case, and then I'm going to make my decision. So this is what we'll be looking for them to be laying the seeds for with Brian Higgins Cross.
So do you want me to read through it real quick? So evidence that a third party committed the crimes charged against the defendant or had the motive, intent, and opportunity to commit the crimes is admissible, provided that the evidence has substantial probative value. In making this determination, the court must make a preliminary finding that the evidence is relevant. Now, that is what Judge Bev is doing through the cross-examination right now. That was her ruling. That she wasn't allowing them to bring it up in opening. You know, they were able to bring up that you know, Karen was framed, that's their theory, but they weren't allowed to point fingers at that point. So she said, okay, I'm going to allow you to develop your theory through cross-examination during the state's case in chief. And if I feel like you get there, I'm going to give you the green light. So in making this determination, the court must make a preliminary finding that the evidence is relevant, is not too remote in time, it should say, or speculative, and will not tend to prejudice or confuse the jury. If the evidence is otherwise inadmissible, the court must also find that there are substantial connecting links, or I like to call it connective tissues, between the crime charged and a third party, or between the crime charged and another crime that could not have been committed by the defendant. So, you know, look, kind of my evaluation real quick before you go at it, babe. How is this, what's going on with these third parties, any different than what they have going on against Karen Reed? No one saw what happened to Karen Reed. That is, it's all circumstantial. Both sides are circumstantial. So I think my feeling is that Judge Bev is going to allow it because of that fact. It would be one, if they even had, like, if they think that their strongest evidence or one of their strongest pieces of evidence are these three people that have said that they heard what they consider to be a confession, it ain't much. When you're talking about a person who's in absolute distress, who has MS, and, you know, if you Google a little bit about MS and learn a little bit about what it's about, you can see how in a high stress situation, she was all over the place mentally. You can't trust a word that she says. She covered the spectrum of all the possible things that were running through her mind, from I hit him, did I hit him, could I have hit him? All of those things were coming out of her mouth in just like an absolute like word vomit. Like, so to decide to pick out of all the things that she says in this moment of absolute distress and say, okay, well, that's the one that counts, that's the one that matters, is bullshit. And it's not strong enough for a conviction in this case. They better have way more than that. If that's what they think is their case, then there's no way I could vote. I could never vote guilty on that, ever. If those words are the strongest thing that they're bringing to the table. So, all right, babe, sorry. I'm going to go make coffee. Bye.
I was going to try to take off. I got to make some calls for actual lawyering, but I'll wait till you make your coffee.
Go ahead. I got it. You guys go. I got it. I'm a professional. I know that.
This guy, this is his first rodeo.
As long as you keep that up, because I can't obviously control if you're gone. So just keep it. Yeah.
You can't. Oh yeah. You
Make
can't,
sure that it's live before you walk. There you go.
I'm live, right? Okay.
I just want to say that. I mean, we got over 3,000, almost 31. Like, to me, that's like mind blowing. We have almost 3,100 people in here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it very, very much. If you're new to the channel, me and Bob switch every day from my channel to Bob's channel. And we just watched this trial. We also obviously post like videos and shorts and stuff like that. And we provide commentary during the trial. So thank you for being here. Again, next week, the only day of court next week is Tuesday. Obviously, Monday is Memorial Day. I don't know what the deal is with Wednesday and Thursday and Friday being off next week, but that's the cards that are dealt. So me and Bob are going to work on some content for you guys, so you have stuff to watch when there's no trial. I had some ideas of some things I'd like to do. I haven't talked to Bob about it, but we'll have some stuff for you. At the very least, like Bob said, we're gonna put out some polls to our patrons, which, by the way, we both have Patreon. For Bob, you can get he gets his podcast episodes. You get them early with no commercials. For me and my wonderful wife, Shannon, babe, we put out content on there all the time. We also do members only streams, which Bob does too. So we'll ask you guys, and actually, while we're waiting here, if just so I can start getting an idea of what witnesses, for the poll, put it in the chat. What witness next week would you like to for us to like rewatch their testimony? And I think it'll be good because we're gonna have like a week break. It'll be a good refresher to keep us reminded on what's going on. I mean, it's still bizarre that they haven't really called any fucking expert witnesses other than the pig DNA woman. So hopefully we start getting some real experts. Yes, I do have PayPal. If the mods will share my link, I have PayPal, I have Venmo, so does Bob. Actually, let me turn on the bottom there. If you scan that code, does that work with the banner that's up? Well, Jen McCabe, we're gonna do a whole show with Jack from Never a True Word. I'm telling you guys, if you haven't seen Jack from Never a True Word analyze speech, and for the folks who are in here, let them know. Jack does, like, we've done Wendy Adelson, which is a case that I file, kind of like Bob files Delphi, the Adelsons. I don't know if people are familiar with that, but Jack does such a great analysis that after you watch his analysis, you'll be like, holy shit, I never thought about that. So I'm telling you, it'll be really good next week when we analyze Jen McCabe's testimony. He's going to take down the statements. What he does is he takes like a week. He's probably working on it now, or he has his regular job, but he takes a while and he just goes through it. And then he prompts us to go to the parts where he's like, there's something there. So I promise, if you guys haven't seen him already, you will enjoy that stream of the analysis he does. Yes, and as LeBrock points out, you can't beat his accent. He is Scottish, so he has an accent. So what was I saying? Anyway, we're all almost 3,100 people. Thanks for being here. We're on break. Court should be back any minute. If you don't know, court goes till typically 1 o'clock Eastern. And then there's a lunch break until 2, which we end. Then we come back. We end the stream and we come back at 2, and then they normally go till 4. So, excuse me. We appreciate you being here very much. For folks who don't know about me, who may be new to this, I quit my job of 18 years. I was a claims examiner for an insurance company, bodily injury. So, excuse me, when people made a claim, like you got into a car accident, you sue your insurance company. I'm the asshole who was like, no, I don't think you should get that much. So I would get yelled at from attorneys, bodily injury attorneys, that I wasn't giving enough. And then I would get yelled at by Geico and corporate America that I'm giving too much. It was terrible. I was planning on quitting for a long time because I just hated it. I started tweeting the Murdoch trial for folks who followed that. My tweets did pretty successful. Then I started my own YouTube channel. That's The Shaming of Jay. And I've been live streaming trials for over a year now. And then I met Bob on Twitter. We tweeted at each other during Murdoch. He DM'd me. He's like my brother from another mother. As you could see, we have very similar sensibilities, sense of humor, pop culture references. And we started streaming trials together. We started with Daybell. Now we're doing this. We hope you enjoy what we do. So yeah. 3100. I see someone says 3100 is not 1300. Yes. I'm looking at, we are not only streaming on YouTube, we are streaming on Twitter. Both Bob and I Twitters. We have total 3100, but thank you for letting me know that 3100 is not 1300. Me, my drone, and I couldn't read, so I appreciate you letting me know that 3100 is not 1300. Oh, thank you for letting me know that. I feel so much better. Total, we have 3100. We have 1349 on Bob's Twitter, 1257 on Bob's YouTube, 485 on my Twitter. How long is the break? It's usually they're back by now, so I wonder if they're dealing with some evidentiary issues or something. I don't know, but they should be back any second now, and we'll watch it. Well, I don't know. Do you guys know what time they went on break? I'm not sure, but they are on break. This is live on the screen, so we're not missing anything. You won't miss anything unless Bob paused it. Nope, the ticker is on. So, yeah. LeBrock just remembered that today is her wedding anniversary. Well, happy anniversary, LeBrock. Yeah, we met each other on Twitter, Meg. Not only did me and Bob meet on Twitter. Oh, there he is. Me and Shannon met on Twitter. Bob, someone just said in the chat, because I was saying we have 3,100 people, and they're like, 3,100 is not 1,300. And I'm like, yeah, I'm talking about our combined. I know we only have 1,300 on YouTube, and I just blows my mind to think about that, Bob. Like, we have over 3,000 people that are watching.
It's amazing.
Like, it's so cool.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Really. Like, Jay, think about, like, I always think about it. I'm like, man, that is like a small theater.
That's exactly what I was thinking about.
Like, dude, like in it, like, you know, like for like a mid-sized band that I love to go see, and they play it like the Metro. It's like a 3,000 cap, and it's like a shit ton of people, dude. It's so awesome. We're so thankful to you guys for being here, for hanging with us, for engaging. Like we say it all the time. Like if our chat wasn't so awesome, like it's just not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like, and I don't want to cast shade on like the law and crime chat, but it's like it's a different vibe.
It's terrible out there. People are like pulling out shivs and stabbing each other. They're shooting
really
each other.
is.
They're
it's
throwing
like
things at each other. It's like it's wild there. Like, and there's no moderation.
Seems like they don't There's no mods. If
there are, they don't care. I don't know.
Care less. So it's just like, yeah, we're like, the point is that we're just incredibly thankful to you guys for many reasons, but the creation of this community that we've all done together. This isn't like Jay and I did it. It's we've all done this together. And I think I feel comfortable in saying that you guys feel it as well. It's a comforting feeling to be able to wake up in the morning and know you've got like a shit ton of fam and friends that you're going to hang out with, talk shit, do something that you love to do, which is watch trials, and just like it makes our days better, you know, and we're interacting. We're not just sitting here alone. Why? Like, it's such a different world that we live in, man. And it's like, it's created like for Jay, for a man who hates to go outside and like communicate with other human beings, this is like the perfect world.
It is.
Because he can stay in the comfort of his home. He can turn off his camera if he needs to unwind for a second. But like, you guys are everything. We're so thankful to you guys. We really are. It's like, it's amazing. It's amazing because I know Jay said it, you know, we both did quit our jobs. Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, I'm not practicing anymore. This is full-time shit for Jay and I, and believe me, we're putting in full-time amount of work. There is no, like, when we're off, Jay and I are both starting to create videos, shorts, which take hours, you know, or Jay or I are going on another live. Jay's doing stuff with Shans, you know, whatever, you know, and it's a labor of love. I think both of us coming out of professions, and I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now if I didn't have the experience of practicing law for 20 years. So I'll never talk shit about it, no matter how much it crushed my soul to do it for that long because it's such a tough gig. But like I'm not here. I'm not doing what I'm doing. I don't have the knowledge base that I have if I didn't do it. It was a necessary part of my journey to get to where I think I'm doing what I should be doing. And I feel the exact same way about you, Jay. You know, it's like you had to do your shit to get where you're at. You know, like there's like I can't pinpoint exactly what it was that kind of like really pushed me towards like doing this. Cause like you jumped on the YouTube tree. Cause like Jay and I were chatting when we became friends on Twitter, and he's like, you know, I'm thinking about starting up a YouTube channel. I'm like, damn, dude. Yeah. Like that'd be cool. I'm like, I'm kind of afraid of it, you know, cause at that point, I think I was like 2 years in on my podcast, but the podcast is very different. For my scripted, my first 2 seasons, I'm writing. It's a script. It's like a novel that I'm then, you know, going down, recording, and I send it off to Darren, and he does our post-production. And it's like Audible. It's like a, you know, like a red book or whatever they call those, Audible book, you know? So like, that's a very different thing. Now, Allie and I do more of a banter with the docket, which is our side pod. I can't even call it a side pod. It's an equal pod now, but you know, that's a different thing. We don't have to script that. Her and I will have conversations. We're going to be starting up our 2nd season of Avery. We did 11 episodes on Avery. We have not abandoned that. People are like, what happened to Avery? I will admit, I have been very shitty about how I decided initially coming into this business, like breaking up seasons. Like Garcia should have been 4 seasons.
Why don't I see counsel?
But point is, Jay and I, we love you guys. We took huge risks, and you guys make it all worth it. So thank you.
You know, Bob, to your point about like, it's so true. I had no idea when I started. Like, I just thought I'd be live streaming. And then like when I started editing, and I know for you for the pod, and now you're making videos, the amount of work. But I think what it does is, and like, I used to just be a big self-help guy when I hated my life. And like, you know, I would like pull up the self-help, like those are the podcasts I would listen to. Like, and a lot of them talk about like, there's like this, I don't want to get too nerdy. Like there's, you know, Malcolm Gladwell has this thing like 10,000 hours. That's when you become like a expert. And like, that's what I feel like I'm doing. Like I'm putting in the time here. I'm not perfect on everything I do. I'm trying, but I'm learning, and hope me and Bob are both hoping as we learn to do this stuff that we're giving an experience to you guys that like, you know, you enjoy. That's our whole, like, that's my goal. Dude, is to like make video.
So on point. Like that's so true. And like, especially with me, like you guys give me so much grace, and it's become a running joke because there's a lot of truth to it. Like with my not so great tech skills, you know, but like that's part of the journey, you know what I mean? And it's like, and the one thing about you and I, and it's not to cast shade on anybody else, but you and I, and I've said this recently, we're just extremely genuine dudes. Like you are seeing what you get, and you get what you see, because we are who we are, you know what I mean? Which will never change. Like I love your little, they make me laugh so hard. Like the last 2 days where you had those things where you're like with the dude who's like, oh, well, you know, can I pay money so Jay will be quiet? And like that response was great. And it just like made me laugh so hard. And then the follow-up one, it was some similar shit. Just somebody like just hating for whatever, like, I don't know why people do that. Like I would never, if I wasn't enjoying somebody's content, I just go somewhere else.
Just leave. I just watch something else. They want to be, and I guess I'm giving them what they want. I'm giving them the reaction.
You're
but
feeding
whatever.
the beast. But yeah, it's hard not to, you know.
It really is, because, and you made this point the other day. It's like we read the comments. We're humans. We're trying our best. And I a lot of times, like, and I always say don't fight on Twitter. In the last couple of days, I've been going back at it. Like I always say not to, so I'm a total hypocrite for doing it. But like sometimes it's just like, man, like this guy was coming at me about and I did the same thing that you kind of do, but I'm like, because he's like, oh, you're a turtle fucker, and I'm like, do you watch my content? Have you seen anything that I've said where I'm like, she's guilty or she's innocent? Because I haven't said shit. And of course, he just makes a comment about how I look, and so it's just like, and I'm like, why am I even responding? Like these people are so, you know, in their entrenched in their side.
Jers, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you.
I read like my first tweet I read this morning was like somebody like like not using the term tragedy pimp, but like, something to that effect.
Oh,
like,
grifter, we're grifter.
Go to your thing, like you're like talking about, like, I forget the term they used, like something like it was really weird. It was like didn't fit me at all, like in terms of like a description of me, like self-hating or self-loathing.
Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure. Definitely not.
Folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on
like, I'm a
digital
lot of shit,
evidence
but that ain't one of them.
what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I
pumped
want to
for
tell you that
this.
what you're going to hear or
pumped
see
for
is
this.
testimony about
mean,
certain
let's go.
statements
Oh, wait.
allegedly
I'm
made by
fucking
the
up.
defendant.
I'm fucking up.
You're
I'm fucking
to
up,
view
Jay.
those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of
I had it on
mind,
mute.
as it might
No, I hear
go
it.
to
I hear
the
it.
nature of the
You guys talking
relationship
over it.
with John O'Keefe and potential motive.
Rewind it, Bob.
Okay.
Rewind it.
All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you.
I mean, it was just an
Yes.
instruction, so it's all right.
Presenting for you now a series of documents, 118 pages in length.
See, somebody's asking what the judge said.
In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth to move to introduce.
Here we go.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Front it.
103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others were marked 103.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay.
So much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Case in point, my tech skills off the charts.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish the video on the screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1.
That is the judge sighing for anyone new to the, or was that a sound effect?
No,
Wait,
that wasn't
what?
me.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
No.
You had never communicated to her via cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially you received a text on that date from an unknown number, is that correct?
Yes.
So she initiated it.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen.
I'm waiting for when he says, who is this?
Gray
then?
bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right.
There's a question mark right there.
Which is Ms. Reed.
See the question mark right there?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other
Before the
bubbles would be
picture
Ms.
went
Reed, is
through.
that fair to say?
Yes.
That too?
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
And how did that nickname sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 6 within that exhibit before you.
I'm just imagining if I'm the jury, like, what the fuck? Like, they think.
Well, what you got to think is that a woman out on the side of the road and a guy honks. She thinks he's like, you know,
I just mean the
commenting on
whole,
her.
like, why are they bringing this up in this murder? You know what I mean? Like,
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
if you're on the jury, like, we obviously know.
Right. Getcha. I getcha.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions of ATF.
You know, I believe they are. That's why I hesitate. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom, it sort of goes on to the next date of January 13th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen. And sir, if you could read from page 7, and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks? I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran, Chris Curran's wife.
Now, if I could direct your attention to page 9. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes and just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I'd prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19 to 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
As far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers. There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Mr. Gilman, if I could have that. And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir, if you could read from that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
Circle of trust? Oh!
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17.
He only has a real tight group.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
So she was in it, and now she's out of it.
And again, sir, if you could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the defendant said, yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. And I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm still not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded, no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18. And again, sir, if you could read from that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure, you're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20. And again, sir, if you could read from that page.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The defendant said, did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods, but did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy. The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that page.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up. Then I said, you cranky now, question mark. Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few. I don't know. All of them, question mark. They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 26. And sir, if I could ask you to read from that page.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious.
Wow.
I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the O'Keefe's house.
While I'm at that.
I believe it was that night.
Now, at Mr. O'Keefe's house on that particular evening, do you recall how you came into the house?
I believe it
Did
might
you
have been the
take
front
off your
door.
shoes?
And if you know about how long were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything, happened as you were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Now, before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
And which way did the defendant tell you to go?
Well, her way. I honestly can't tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out, again, I'm sorry, what happened?
I forgot.
The defendant kissed me.
And how did she kiss you?
Not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Like a romantic kiss?
That's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were expecting?
No.
He says it with that
And
look.
about how long was it between when that?
I mean, he might have been
and
expecting
kissed
a
you
little
and-
bit
and
after
when
those
you left?
texts. Come on, man.
Right.
Almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
Yes.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, ? Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? ? Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
No, you did,
Now,
dude.
that conversation, as far as
She didn't answer it quick enough.
you asking her about
Maybe.
I think you're
why
right.
she reached out to you, how often was that question asked by you through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the Waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once, and during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out, or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Sir, if I could direct you to the next page, page 28.
So that's when you
Again,
said,
sir,
well,
if you could
John's
read
my
that.
friend, so I don't think this
So
is
I'm in the blue
appropriate.
bubbles. Shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, ? Defendant responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30.
I feel like I shouldn't be
that,
here.
sir.
This is too much for me.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty. I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
No, you weren't.
Sir, if I could turn your attention excuse me, to the next page 31 and ask you to read from that.
There's so many more to go.
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah. I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no.
I said,
I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication from the defendant indicating, yeah, I was basically begging you, what did you take that to mean?
That she wanted me to come over?
And if I could turn your attention to the next page 32.
I said, no.
If I could ask you to read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant said, yes, you should have. I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to the next
I mean, he
page
doesn't know
33.
just like about the slow, just
I can
let
ask
it
you to
develop.
read
He's
that,
like, all right, you reached out to me. What are we going to do?
I said, spit it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark. I said, Canton. Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
I'm telling you right now, on my way to the courthouse, if this is me, driving straight into the fucking ocean, just right off a bridge.
Defendant
Right
starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first.
Jesus.
I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight, with some type of face. I responded,
Some type of face.
me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You looked great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page.
Babe is laughing. Can you guys hear Babe?
The last or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon and some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
These guys have no
And if I could
game.
direct your attention to the next page, 36.
Ugh,
And if you
halfway
could, please read
home.
from that.
So at the top, I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark.
Wow.
So
They're
then I put a
drunk all the
question mark
time.
on her
Ooh.
question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page 37 and ask you to read from that.
God, there's so many more to go.
Defendant said, sorry, should I not have? I responded, I'm fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
Oh.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page 38 and ask you to read from that, sir.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seems very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great, with another smiley type face.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. I responded, are you breaking up or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that she made to you, either through text communications or in person, did she indicate at any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me?
He was just
Was she
trying
at
to
the end of her
push it
relationship
forward
with
to
John?
sex.
And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I said, I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your
Hard to
attention
flirt
to
text.
page 46.
Say things get misinterpreted.
We're
Are
gonna
you
hear that
saying you want to
ambulance.
have sex,
Ask
or are
to
you
read from
saying you
that.
don't want to have sex?
We're gonna hear an ambulance any second now because this man's gonna die, or I'm gonna die from secondhand embarrassment. This is all too much.
Brutal.
Defendant is in gray.
Brutal.
She
Whitfield.
said,
Keep sitting in
we
that
did
courtroom.
kiss earlier, comma,
I was
no,
thinking the
with
same
an
thing.
exclamation point. I
God.
responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Wow. So that's why all this is getting in. I was going to say earlier, like, I'll talk about it once we're.
Man, of all what I expected today, this was not it.
I direct your attention to page 47,
I didn't think
sir.
texting was
This
anywhere
extensive.
near
And ask you
this
to read from
volume
that.
of texting.
Still haven't even got to these medical records, whatever they're about.
If I'm on the jury, I'm
He's
assuming
praying
this
for
is no
medical records.
communication.
For
I
what?
mean,
Starts
no
off in blue. I said, I can go to any base, but usually Hanscom, Bedford, or down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I responded, Joint Base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
strange.
Now, sir, reference, in that page of text communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that right?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to where you live in Barnstable County?
So I can utilize one of the gates to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, I don't know, question mark. It's in old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded, more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton, question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust, not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I responded, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page 61 and ask you to read from that.
This only makes me think that he possibly murdered him.
So
not
it starts
that she
off with the
did.
defendant. It said, everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page 62 and ask you to read from that, sir.
So just switch over to me.
I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? ? Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? ? Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
And ask you to turn to the next page, sir, page 63, if you could read from that.
I'm in the blue. I said, did they bang? ? Defendant said, so I was the kids celebrating New Year's, I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? Defendant responded, I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They are constant and it feels like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. Defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Oh, babe. Oh, boy.
I turn your attention to the next page, 64. Ask you to read
Thank
from that, sir.
Larry. This is the last
Defendant
one.
said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded, Defendant responded, you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was 1, not 2, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink? ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Now, as far as her invitation.
He's like, I want to figure this out before we go further.
On one time or more than one time?
I believe it was more than one time.
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted, as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74. Ask you to read from that.
Just when Jay thought it was over.
There's more? No, we just.
Defendants said, "Are you single?" ? I responded, "Yes." Defendant said, "I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded,
boyfriend there.
"You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me? ? Defendant said, "And on vacay and probably a few other occasions." I responded, it should say, "You didn't really beg." Defendant said, "I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, "Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, usually do it
don't
when
live with someone
they
else.
do live with someone." And then I said, "Do not do it." Defendant responded, "Maybe, maybe not."
Thank you
Sir,
so
if
much,
I could direct you to
Gage.
page 77.
Oh, Galen also gave me a $20 Venmo. Thank you, Galen.
Aw.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
Family hugs, Galen. Thank you so much.
I said, "I could go on and on, but I do not want to pump,"
You were
should
up.
say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places." The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up.
Oh,
I
man.
responded, what?"
Wow.
Defendant responded,
Whoa.
"Yeah, he
Oh
has
my
cameras
God.
everywhere.
He's
You
fucking
cops," with
proving their
another
case.
emoji. I responded, "Jesus."
Oh my God.
Wait,
Defendant
wait.
said,
Sorry,
"He's
we
like
talked over.
Christ. Are you
Rewind.
guys hooking
Just
up? ?
like 2 minutes.
And I
Oh
s-
my Lord.
Wait, you want me to rewind it?
Yeah, because we kind of talked over it, so I wanted everyone to hear it. I
Dude,
am
this is exactly
shocked.
what I fucking told you. This is
They are
exactly what I
proving the
said happened.
defense's case.
That's what I just said. Like what
Yes.
I said to us in our private chat 2 days ago. I'm like, what happens if John found out about what was going on with them, having no idea that it was at this level? And I'm like, and John
He's already
pulled up and
suspicious.
he went into that house on fire.
On
And
fire.
like he's proven this is, I think this is a massive, like this is backfiring on Lally. He's trying to make the jury hate Karen because she initiated this.
Right.
But what it's happening here is he's building the defense's case. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I'm
All right.
stunned.
So rewind.
All right, I'm going to go back just a couple.
Nope. Well, not
here.
that far. Come on. What are you kidding me? We want to be right at the fireworks.
All right. Let's see.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
If I went back too far.
Bob's at the beginning of the stream. Sorry, guys. We'll be.
Wait.
I said,
This
"I
is
could
perfect.
go on and on, but I do not want to pump," it should say, "your shit up too much." Defendant responded, "Thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside." I responded, "You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places." The defendant responded, "John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly," with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, "Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops," with another emoji. I responded, "Jesus." Defendant said, "He's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, "OMG, great."
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78.
My mind is blown right now.
I responded, "I don't need drama, dude." Defendant said, "No, it's fine." I responded, "Seriously?" Defendant said, "I'm serious," with an exclamation point. I said, "You legit planted one on me." Defendant responded, "I know where the cameras are anyway, duh." And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, "So your slick move isn't on there?" with some question marks.
Hey, Jeff.
Defendant responded, "Course not." I responded, "Oh my God." And then I said, "I almost," an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, "It was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and gay Jeff too. I responded, yeah, weak. I agree.
Now, as far as cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79.
Jeff right now is like, wait, they think I'm gay?
Poor Jeff. Are you now, or have you ever been?
Defendant said, LOL, funny.
Jeff's perfectly happy.
I responded, so now he is jealous of me, question mark. Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, question mark. Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself because I'm a lot of fun.
Now, sir, the he that you're referring to in those text communications, who was that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
And if I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
True.
By the way, this is all happening. The jury's going to be sitting on this for 3
I said
days,
it was fun.
And then a week after it.
Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kicked my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I'm all set with that's. And then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I responded, coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why, question mark.
And if I could direct your attention to page 90. Ask you to read from that, sir.
90?
90, yes.
The defendant said, no, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just
He really wants her to spell it out.
I have to say, give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset.
Carpe.
And then said, been through.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids. Defendant responded, I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark? I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir? Question mark. Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Question mark. Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your attention to page 99.
Oh, please tell me.
If there are any pictures, I'm out. I'm fucking out. Out. Right in the car, right into the ocean.
And ask you to read from that, sir.
What? Wait, is this the follow-up question?
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happened to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is John. I responded, was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Thank you, sir. If I can now direct you to page 102 and ask you to read from that.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way, and you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me, question mark, question mark.
So basically, just
If I
looking
can
to
direct
hook
your
up.
attention to page 107. Ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of the successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I'll take responsibility for them. But, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Now, that evening or at any other point, in your friendship or your relationship, whatever, however you want to term it, was there any other sort of intimate contact beyond what you described occurring as she walked you out that night you were over Mr. O'Keefe's house for the patrons?
Are you asking if she ever kissed me again?
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to at my residence when she stopped by, it was just I was very uncomfortable, and it's just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways.
Yeah.
And I responded, thought you were all set, ? Defendant said, with talking, ? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the Waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well.
That's from you to her, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the next text communication is the following day, or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who is speaking in that communication, and what is said?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
And did you respond to that at all?
No.
And did you have any other communication with Ms. Reed following receiving that text message on January 29th?
No, I have not.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Wow. Wow. Just, I have never experienced more uncomfortable.
So if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview, and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the residence, the period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and scraping a little bit on the ground, you recall that?
I do.
About how much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is, yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away?
Yes.
Well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside the curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street, or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of I mean, it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
He's done. And I bet you
shit, man.
They're gonna go to lunch, or are they gonna have Ajax start?
It's
I bet they're gonna have him start.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before
Ooh,
we
right.
jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
a couple things. So obviously we now have context as to why Judge Bev said at the end of trial the other day that we want this to be over for a multitude of reasons. The discomfort in that courtroom is something like I've never seen. She is sitting 6 feet away from John's brother, who is just burning lasers through her.
And
Every
mother in the
member
other
of that
direction.
family. Oh my God. Dude,
I mean, the
like,
worst part about it is the stuff she said, like about the kids, because they're thinking like, and look, I mean, there's no way she stayed in this like relationship feeling like this all the time. It's like we vent, like she's dealing with kids and it is hard, kids that are not your own. That doesn't mean that she didn't love them. That doesn't mean she didn't love him, but like you're saying, I still can't imagine
but
the
all right,
family having to
in
hear that.
here, look. So the purpose from the Commonwealth's perspective is it's incredibly prejudicial to Karen. Like this casts her in a light with, and again, forget about us, forget about the gallery, think about the jury. It's casting her in a very, very poor light. However, what are they back?
Yeah, I'm just saying I see on my end that Alan starts, so it's up to you if you want to pause it or.
No, fuck no.
Hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
I think you
In person.
Shit. All right, hold on.
How many conversation testimony? And during the, you telling me?
Oh, you might travel.
Okay. Sorry, y'all.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your point.
No, I want to get right to this.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Oh, what a great
Sustained.
starting out question.
Sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay. Without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Ooh.
And obviously the subject matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
I mean, he
How many
knows better.
conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half.
In person or over the phone?
In person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over
harassment.
to
Don't
Mr.
ask.
Lally?
No, I turned it over to State Police.
Don't ask
Your Honor,
anything
may we
else.
approach for a second?
Yes.
Because apparently that was never something that wasn't turned over, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
blah, blah.
Man, dude, like I'm spinning on this right now. This is all I want to say. In a world in which John O'Keefe went into that house, okay, in a world, all we need to go, the only place that we need to go is that John read those text messages
Or that
prior, like that the argument in that truck is John confronting Karen and knowing that Higgins is in that house, and he goes in to confront him and something goes down. Like, to me, in terms of having a believable, plausible explanation for why something would have broken out immediately in that house, the state, the Commonwealth has just provided, like, this takes Colin Albert out of the mix. Like, no one thought that John O'Keefe was going in to beat Colin's ass because he threw a beer can or crossed his yard. If he read text messages between his girlfriend, no matter what the state of the relationship
He didn't
is.
even need to read the
between him and
text
Karen.
messages. The text messages prove he was suspicious already going into this. He asked if they were sleeping
But
together. He
beyond that, I'm
showed
talking
her
about-
the video.
I'm talking about in the moment. I'm
Well-
talking about in the moment after a night of drinking. And now he's been sitting in a bar looking at this guy,
Right.
knowing what you just said. I don't know, man.
So,
I think
and I
it
just
was a
want to
huge
point out,
misplay.
because I'm afraid for this to start. The state did not, the state's done, right? Well, obviously, we're in the middle of the cross because I was dealing with some stuff, but the state did not bring up his medical records, which lends to you to think, are they
Other than that
exculpatory?
piece of
Why
mail
were they
that you
produced?
handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stack, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I was assigned to the Bridgewater Field Office, but I was full-time with the United States Marshal Service doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
Well, I continue to maintain the office at Canton PD.
Okay, but to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a Canton police officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain.
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
Well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes.
In June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
Did.
It was born out of
Tragedy.
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
Horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered you the convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did, to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD, all based on the friendship and relationship and convenience. The friendship and relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes.
You had ingress and egress to the Canton Police Department.
Yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes.
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
Yes.
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
Well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right. But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what? Back in January of 2022, probably had that office for more than 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry. My apologies.
So, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
Am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean? You're taken out of the field?
Was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
You're muted, Ali.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh,
I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29 of 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It
All right.
wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services.
Understood.
Just want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Do they have your
Go to
cell
some of the
phone?
same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together,
Yes,
might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do.
You're pretty good friends with, matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
Yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and work with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right?
well, I think that comes with working with people, yes,
Is that yes or no?
yes,
Okay. As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes,
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
check.
Did you
That was a
say
joke.
that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't,
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
Matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes,
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
You'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say, yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together?
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
Break bread together, have meals
That's
together?
relative.
Absolutely had lunch.
Frequently for these people.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that? Or under, actually you said under 50?
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes,
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, a 15-year relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
was that a question?
Yes.
Well, could you rephrase it?
Sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50? End quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay. So my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that you traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
I thought she was going to let this fighting stuff in.
You were asked in a formal interview. Do you recall? I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your
There's your
testimony. at a
proffer,
prior
people.
proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Uh-oh. Someone's in trouble.
So this is frightening that the judge has not yet decided that this kind of information can come in.
Well, while we wait, we have almost 4,000 people here in total. On YouTube, we have 1,300. Thanks for being here. If you could hit that like, we greatly appreciate this. Get this thing out in the algorithm.
Yes.
And thanks for
Minimize your text. Hey,
I'm
babe,
sorry.
do you
Yeah.
find it alarming that the judge has not yet decided this type of information can come in?
Yes, in light of what we just saw at the end of that direct, I don't know how he has not.
Well, they're asking about Brian Albert right now, not specifically.
I don't even know why Ajax is going there. To me, the path of trying to figure out what happened here, but
because Brian would have come
this
to the
could
other
be-
Brian's aid, and if there was a fight, Brian would have stuck up for that kind of thing.
Yeah, but like to get like Bev there, like you've got to get her to like what I'm saying, that John found out about this thing and then
But that's
I disagree
speculation.
with
That
you.
part's speculation. We already know he suspected them. I think that should be enough for her because it's
agree.
speculation whether he saw the phone.
I mean, it's speculation other than the fact that John O'Keefe ends up dead.
Well,
Like
yeah.
right after a night where he's sitting in there knowing that there's something going on between these two, right after a night where he's sitting in a bar 5 feet away from this guy stewing. And
Bob,
then, whatever happens, what?
You're a little, I can see Ajax, so you're a little, just to give you a heads up. I don't know how far behind it is, but.
All right, arrows.
And by the way, I was just going to thank everyone for being here for what might be the most cringiest moments of your lives, staying with us during this live stream.
Brutal.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out
I
to
have.
bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian and Kevin the best.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking.
He was
something.
drinking something.
Okay, alcoholic.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you. Finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we were going round for round.
So he was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing 1 beer while you had 4 Jamesons? What you said?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink a beer, does it? And if you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
Is that a question?
Everything I
Depends
say
who
up
you
here
are.
is a question.
Okay.
Just presume.
All right. So
Well, that wasn't, so.
So let's, question. Yes.
Wow.
Mr. Higgins, that was a question.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping
He
track.
should have just left it. He said it. He pushed it.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the Waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking and decided to go over to the Waterfall, right?
Yes, because I'm always saying I'm going to show up and then I kind of do the Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day. And I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Bad boy.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in Boston PD district down there in Charlestown. And I'm assuming he drove back towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the Waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I'd describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree.
Figure of speech.
Or the truth, right?
Figure of speech.
Don't push the issue.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them. You exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond, and the 29th, she sent that last text that John died.
Well,
Those
actually,
weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have,
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week-
I think the text,
almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John died, there's substance there.
Okay, I'm not suggesting, I'm talking about after you said, well,
Yeah.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
By the way, has anyone even thought about the voice reporter having to say all those texts?
Thank you.
Have we even thought about that woman with the elephant trunk who's huffing all day? She had to say all those texts
Okay,
into her
are you directing me
elephant
to the
trunk.
23rd?
I have,
Directing
Jay.
you to the last
That
page.
was my
Look at
first
it,
thought right
everything
now.
on it, and tell me
thought
what
about
that
the
fresh
whole time.
recollection is. The last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another,
Do you mean intimate? When you say physical?
correct? I'm not
Yes.
talking about shaking a hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well, I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Ms. Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, "I'm glad you came over tonight," in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In text messages.
During the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal. Correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, "I don't care too much about that other girl." Right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, "I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect." Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her. Were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, "Why won't you answer the question?" And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
Right. And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, "Why did you get my number and reach out?" That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, "Now what?" Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, "So now what?" Correct?
Yes.
You texted, "I would hang out," meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out what's her interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
Sending somebody flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Well,
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if
Oh,
most
boy.
people are dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
Right. That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted,
I thought she was an attractive woman.
romantically attracted.
I'm not going to go there. No, I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward position, wouldn't it, sir?
Objection.
Not at all.
So the objection sustained is to the form. You can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her was my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And the real deal with you would be to date her, to get involved with her, romantically, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
The same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship, Mr. Higgins?
Yeah,
It's possible.
Yes. Just say yes.
Right. And she was answering with things like, when you said, now what? She answered, I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you asked, so now what? She answered, I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what? Correct?
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well,
Okay.
right? Did you text something like, now what? And she responded something like, now what?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't you just say she was non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were sussing it out and determining whether or not you were going to advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
Well, not one person advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted, you want the real deal, she responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred toward John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was frustrating to you, that she just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You had been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It was done. right?
No.
So what
Are you
communication did you have with her
sure?
after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry,
that.
Your Honor. After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting back and forth with you pretty regularly. You just saw it, correct?
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep going, did they?
Well, John passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks?
What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's
45-minute lunch.
today?
She
Wow.
wants this.
Also,
She wants
you
this
don't
dude
have to
done
answer me
today.
now, But maybe we'll go to 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock, if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let the court officer know.
What'd you say?
Let the court officer-
30?
She said not only 45-minute lunch, but staying till 4:30. She's like, listen, I know this has been the most uncomfortable day of your life, so now we're going to cut your lunch short and make you stay later.
Man, dude, this has been fireworks.
I don't think that.
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
Uh-oh. Scolding by Judge Bev.
I don't think that AJ should be making it seem like, he's calling Karen, he being Higgins, is calling Karen non-committal, but all of us see it's very clear what she was saying without words. And I don't like the defense trying to make it seem like she was being as non-committal or evasive as he was interpreting it. That's just a guy wanting to hear the
flesh that
exact
out for me,
words.
though. You know what I mean? Like there's truth to him, like kind of sussing it out. Like he was definitely trying to like what's your fucking game here? And then, but the thing is, and this is a fascinating conversation because now we can have a female perspective and a male perspective. From a male's perspective, I think she probably, obviously it took him by surprise. She sought out his number. She reaches out. He thinks she's in a relationship, him denying that he's not immediately thinking about banging her. And for that's his term, it is bullshit. Obviously he's immediately thinking, I'm going to bang this chick.
I think that that's evident by what he's asking. Cause in my mind, well,
I kind of wanted to finish it out and then let you go. Can I just finish it out? It's not going to take long, but from his perspective, I think the truth is that he's obviously thinking he's getting in her pants at some point, but it's also true that I think that he's asking what her motive is here. Are you trying to get me in some shit? Cause that's a dude I know. Or is this like a one-time thing? Is this a hookup? He's trying to suss out what it is that she's looking for, taking into consideration Canton's a small town. They run in a small clique with his people. All of his people are tight with John. There's a lot of things at play here. Karen's still the outsider, so from he's an insider, she's an outsider, and she's coming at him. I'm trying to figure out from Ajax's perspective what he's trying to get. To me, I think that Ajax is kind of tiptoeing around the concept that Karen had gotten her hooks into him, that she had gotten him interested beyond the point where it was just playful text messaging, to where mentally he's moved to, all right, I think this thing's moving forward.
And he called her babe.
Yeah, for sure. So that's from a male perspective. Now, like from the female perspective, how do you view it?
Well, I think that just the pure fact that she reaches out to him sends a signal that she's trying to start, like a flirtatious thing. And, in my mind, it's like it got to the point where at some point she was like, look, I'm 42, so I know like what's going on here. Like, yeah, she wasn't just gonna define it as like, well, I want to have sex, or well, I want to like break up with John and have a relationship. But it's just clear to me that just the mere reaching out would have piqued his interest, and then he was just very much like, all right, this just happened, so I want to, like, let's do whatever it is you're trying to do here, like, instead of just letting it sort of gain traction.
It snowballed quickly. We're not, this isn't months. This is like days that this thing accelerates very quickly. Jay, what's your take on it?
Well, my take as far as what Allie just said, that I'm 42 was I want to do something here. Like, she's like, I'm 42. You know what happens after we have some drinks. Like, that was like, if we're getting together, we're hooking up. That was what she was saying. My take on just the relationship is what I think that, I don't know what the jury, obviously, but like, I see some people who think that like that Karen has no culpability in this, like that it was just all him. To me, she initiated it. But also he is he is like trying to figure out like how could I like he's trying to say he's down without saying he's down, because he doesn't he doesn't know how this is gonna come out. But like he is clearly not just like, no, you're with John, I'm out of here, don't text me anymore.
Exactly.
He is continuing the conversation, because and then at the end, when it was last thing is like, before it was John's dead from her, was like, I forget what his text was, but it was like, you there? Like, I don't know the exact wording of it, but it was him reaching out to say, why did we stop? Like, so he is obviously trying to figure out what's going on. He's trying to like, he is not full, they both are.
I think none of it matters. That to me, the entire thing that actually matters, because I don't care how much flirting, or if she said, I want to, screw your brains out, or if she said, let's see where it goes, maybe I'll leave John. None of that translates into she plowed him down and murdered him. But what it does translate to is tension amongst a bunch of alpha males during a highly intoxicated state.
Here's my question for you, Bob, because I know you brought up like, this is enough. We have these texts, and now it's like you can, if you're the defense, you can very clearly make the thought that he got out of the house, he was pissed, he was going in there to throw, as you say, Bob, throw hammers. But my question to you, and I agree, like this is a lot towards that. Why, if you have this evidence and you're going to float that, which makes a lot of sense, why are we getting into Colin Albert and Never? I don't know. Why even bring that up? Because then doesn't it make to the jury like well, he also said this,
well,
right?
Why I'm not being truthful. Like if it goes all right. So again, John's not long-term member of Inner Circle, right? Like John, it's not like he's newer to the mix, right? Like John is not.
All right, to the court, please.
He's not Albert McCabe. Like that's not his relationship.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
Not
This
now,
is a
Jesse,
long
son of a
crime
bitch.
legal
You're on a
alert.
stream.
Google
go stalk someone. He looks like the guy from You, if anyone knows what I'm talking about.
And Jesse in real life is like 4'3". The first time I saw him, I was like, holy shit, he's a very short guy. So like a couple of things. So like John's just not like the only person that he's tight with, truly tight with, that has a long-term relationship is Carrie Roberts. She's not in that house that night, right? Like Carrie's not there, correct? Carrie wasn't at the party. So my thing is why I think they keep putting Colin and Brian in the mix is we have to think about a world in which, I've laid it out a few times. I think you guys get the point, that whatever leads John to going into that house, he's going in hot. and he goes in immediately. And we're talking about drunk dudes at this point. We're not talking about sober people that are thinking rationally. And we're talking about a dude who's just gotten into it with this girl. He's like, I'm going in there to beat his fucking ass. Like, let's talk real talk, like how dudes do. Like, these are all, I don't drink Crystal Light guys. These are guys. These are Boston fucking cops. These are tough guys. He's going in. I'm going in to beat his ass. So if he bursts into that house and throws Brian Higgins up against a wall, and Higgins isn't a pussy or limp dick, like a bust, like they'd start throwing hammers. And then the allegiance is going to be to Brian Higgins in that house because
But
he's
again,
a
Rob,
in the circle.
Do we think Sarah Levinson sees that and just is not going to say anything to anyone?
I mean, maybe.
I mean, that's it's all.
I mean, maybe. I don't like it's hard to get there, Jay. I agree. But it's not impossible to get there.
Right.
You know, it's like
that somehow the guys took their shit to the basement. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's hard to get there, but it's certainly not impossible.
I'm not saying it's. I think.
I mean, it could have been something as easy as me, basement. Like, you know, like if he knows he's communicating with his girlfriend.
I think it would have gone down the second he came in the door.
But that's what I'm saying. He could have said, me, basement.
I mean, to your point. Oh, sorry, Allie. I'm sorry.
No, go, Jay.
I was just gonna say to your point, Bob. What if you said very it could be a slip. What if it's like he doesn't even get in the house? It's a push. The people who are in there don't even see. It's a push. He knocks his head. They're like, oh shit, the dog. Somehow the dog gets out, scratch him, and they drag him over there. It's like that would make more sense to me because then the people in the house might not have seen it. I don't
to death in there. But say for instance, it like shit gets awry. And you got I think they keep trying to throw Colin in there because Colin's the kid who's like, when these two guys are fighting, he's like, yeah, fuck you, like throwing. Like, have you ever I've been in my fair share of fights when I was a younger man in high school and shit, and I've been the guy on the ground with 7 to 10 people kicking the shit out of me. And like a girl saved me by throwing a beer can at one of the dude's heads. Like I was literally in the middle of the street. They'd already broken my nose.
I was just about to say I would have saved you, and he said some other girl saved him. So that's
right. It wasn't even a girlfriend. It was like she was like, "Oh my God, Bob's getting the shit beat out of him by 10 guys. He's getting rolled."
It's easier for a girl to jump in and break because
I'm just saying I've been in these circumstances.
They're not going to.
I have actual experience in like an aggressive type situations like this, and they get crazy quickly, and your crew is going to jump in to your defense, especially if John has the upper hand at any point. You know what I'm saying? Like, all I'm saying is that these texts in my world have created a clear path for the jury to believe that there exists a world in which John O'Keefe found out earlier. It got exacerbated. Why do you keep shaking your head about
Because
that?
I don't think you need to go there. I don't even think you need the texts.
I do. I think that or not, or he's steaming that short ride from the waterfall, having to watch this guy who's trying to bang his chick.
He could have seen an interaction between the two in the bar that also raised his, I don't think this, what Phoenix Rising says is a great concept. Assuming that Karen still has her memory, which we don't know because of the amount of drinking, that'd be something that she'd say to her.
You think John knows Karen's code, like her passcode? What situation would you be more angry with? Would you be more angry? Because I'm talking about a situation where he's on fire. Like I'm talking like heat of the moment type situation where he's going in not to have a conversation, where he's going in on fire. Like I don't know if that period of the drive is a cooling off period to the extent where he's like, fuck it. Like whatever was going on in that car had to have been related to some kind of argument, which I'm sure is stemming from the fact that this relationship or whatever it is has been outed, and it's coming to a head in that vehicle just prior, whether it's him seeing texts, whether it's just them arguing about
or an interaction that he saw in the bar.
I mean, we've seen a lot of the video.
I mean, you
they
can't
seem
see
to be,
every eye glance.
yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, if there's knowing glances going
Right. If
on.
he was already suspicious, his eyes would have been on the
But
two of
but
them.
I guess my counter to that would be then it would have went down in the bar.
But like Phoenix is saying, it could have been something right when they left, something that triggered him as they were leaving.
Right. Or what you keep suggesting is the fact that maybe she's full of shit and he did see the Ring camera and he's been stewing on that for a hot minute. And now he's like, all right, you know, this is like what they've been bickering about. And then he doesn't understand, or he doesn't know going to the waterfall that night that Higgins and Albert are showing up. You know, it's like he doesn't understand that. I mean, it's like there's so many scenarios that it brings up, but just like the baseline one of, you know, like, do you think that there exists a world where Jen, like putting aside that Jen McCabe, Carrie Roberts, and all the women love John, are in love with John, but do you think that there exists a world in which they would rather see Brian Higgins with Karen? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you, like, is that a possibility? Like, do you think that that would have like spread beyond?
To me, that's a secret the boys might have been keeping between themselves.
Right. Like, but that's what I mean. Between, and when I'm saying the boys, I'm talking about Brian and Brian, and not going any further than that. You know, I don't know. Like, all I'm talking about is from the perspective of the jurors. Like, that they, like, I think that two things happened from those text messages. One, that the murderous intent was obliterated, because if anything is clear in those texts, it's that Karen is not the woman scorned. Karen is more than willing to move on from John. She's out there putting that shit out, you know, putting the bait out there, seeing if he's gonna bite. Like, like, to me, it just obliterates any kind of homicidal intent, because John's trying to end the relationship. It just obliterates it. Like
she already
I
had
don't know
another
that I
guy
can be
on.
convinced. Like, I don't know that anybody can reel me back in that she's murderous in light of what we just read, that went on for days leading up to the fateful day. You know, like, I don't know. And the other thing is that it creates this clear path for a reason why John, because like that was the thing that I kept having problems with. That was like when you and I were talking personally, I kept thinking it has to be like John, like, for it had to have gone down quickly. Like, for the timeline to work, it seemed like it had to have gone down quickly. And I kept thinking, like, what? Like, it's not beer cans on a yard. It's not like he's mad about something. This gave it to me. This gave me a very tangible thing to stick my claws into and to understand why John might have been fucking furious and wanted to go beat Higgins' ass and had gone into that house to do it. And then shit went sideways. Like, I don't know if it happened or it didn't, but my point is that it's cleared a path. If Bev lets in the third party culprit, that they have shoveled a walkway that's going to allow that jury to walk right down in it with John Higgins into that house. That's all I'm saying. Hello?
I was pausing so Jay could speak.
No. I just didn't know if some folks had mentioned, are we getting lunch? Because it's going to be back in.
Oh yeah, let's go eat. Let's go eat.
It's gonna be back.
I forgot, dude. I'm like
10
I'm
minutes.
so, my mind's spinning. Oh yeah,
remember it's going to be back in 20 minutes. About
you know what? I'll just stay on.
You'll stay on.
Jay, you go. Yeah,
I'll stay on. You don't. I'm fine.
No, you guys go.
The people want to eat is, I think, what.
I'm not keeping them hostage to their computer. They can do the same thing.
Yes, you are, Bob. Yes, you are. Now it's come at
right.
Bob
And I like snuck
Bob
in because I was
he's
starving.
keeping you at your computer. You're held hostage. Bob, how dare you? Hashtag Bob's holding us hostage.
Dude,
Call
you
the
know, in my
authorities.
big ass mouth, I could eat up 45 minutes.
And I think, to Stephanie's question, I'm assuming the reason, babe, that you kind of feel like it was John coming in hot is just because it seems like the timing happening so quick that it could have been John coming in hot, where Brian might have eased into his tension. Like, if
That's what I'm saying. Like I actually believe that Brian, like I believe a lot of his demeanor on the stand. Like I think that like where it's going to get interesting is if she's going to allow Ajax to get into this concept.
I thought she ruled pretrial that they could get in, that someone came to the aid of someone in a fight. Like I thought that was.
I mean, I think Higgins would be like, whoa, dude. It's like, you fucking pissed at me. She's the one who hit me up. Yeah, but you didn't stop it. You didn't shut it down. You're the motherfucker. You know, yeah, she may, you know what I mean? It's like that whole back and forth. Yeah, I think that in that situation, John is definitely the aggressor. I'm not buying a world in which Brian Higgins is madly in love with John O'Keefe and he's killed him because he wants to be with Karen.
Right. And everybody tricked him to come for the sole purpose of Brian beating him up. It just seems
no way.
Unlikely.
That's not, that's a 0%. In my world, I reject that completely. And to your point earlier, that's what Ajax seemed to be tiptoeing around. Like that's a losing angle. Like if we're trying to get to the truth here, I don't know.
So you use the Apple Auto Read. I forget whose phone, because if her phone was plugged in,
one of them had a droid, right? Because we're seeing blue and gray. Because it's either it's blue and green, right? If you have two apples,
it's blue and blue, or blue and white if you have green apples, green and white
apples. I didn't see green on there.
Right. It would be the person you're talking to comes back green and you're white. If it's a droid.
Joe Schmo, I mean, that's the $1 million question, right? I mean, that's what Jay was asking. Like the Alberts and the McCabe's, I could see, but like when you get to Sarah Levinson, it's a tougher sell, but it's not an impossible sell. You know what I mean? Like
that's why I'm saying it could have been them telling him, let's go in the basement, but it would still require everybody to lie about it. That they
at this point,
it's too much. I'll be on the right. It's too much. I still don't think
it's hard to get there.
Those people I will never believe that those people who are not family, like the Julie Nagels and the Levinsons, saw a man saw a man come into the house, whatever happened in the house, but saw him and are just going to lie I don't know. I found those witnesses credible that they would.
And so do I. And I guess our only workaround is that this thing went down in the base, because I think that the defense has anticipated that issue that people will have, that these credible witnesses that are up there. That's why they're pushing so hard that this fucking shit went down in the basement. To Allison's point, that they get in there and he's like, let's get down. Let's go down to the basement, because he doesn't want to start. He's going to hash it out, but they're going to do it like I would, like I did when, like in high school, when
well, they could have went the side way. I
went into a house party and like they start rapping about my girlfriend. I went right up to the guy. I'm like, I'm not a savage, so I said, let's step outside. It was somebody else's house. I'm not going to start a brawl in there.
Young Bob is like a movie. I mean, this man is a gladiator out there.
It was every fight I was ever in was for the honor of a woman. I'll tell you that. That's facts. But to Allison's point, like how we work around that, Jay, is that it does happen down in the basement, that the rest of the party's upstairs, that maybe Brian Albert and Higgins are down in the basement. He get he gets knocked out to the point where he's like out cold, and like they don't know what to do with them, and they're waiting until people leave, and they don't want it to be obvious by telling people, hey, you know what, party's over, y'all gotta go. They're just like, oh, we got to play this out, we got to make it look like nothing's wrong up here. Like, just keep people out of the, like, who knows?
Right. So my question to you is, in that theory, are you saying, what I'm saying is, a way for them possibly, and I think people put this in the chat, for them not to see him come in the front doors if they meet him out front and go in that, whatever that they call that fucking door. They go in that way, like, hey, come here, we got the bulkheads. I don't know. That's just a theory. That is one way that those people could potentially not, if you believe that theory,
but
not
that creates a different theory, doesn't it? If they're inviting him in through the basement, that
if you're gonna have it out outside. What
Right,
I
don't
think
know.
you could have with the door right there. I think it could have been like, you mean now? I don't know. It's obviously we're all, speculating, but where everyone's not sitting around staring at where every person's going at every second. But the defense seems to be, and I can't remember those texts now, but they've been presenting it like they were trying to get them to the house. Like it was all a plan from, even Jen trying to separate them. You wanted to separate them. You wanted to get her there.
That was
like,
that was way too far. That was like, it seemed way too far for me to think that they were like pre-playing this for how long?
Just for a fight to go down. I mean, they clearly can't be saying they plan to murder the man.
Babe, if we're defending this case, like what theory, like we know right now, and don't forget, Alice and I are 20+ year defense attorneys. So when I'm coming up with the theory, I'm thinking about all the angles. You know what I mean? But like, what angle, if we're defending Karen Reed and we have what we've seen thus far, like what's your angle?
I would have definitely left Colin out of it. I think that they got so suspicious, like in their minds. Oh, and don't forget they got this tip. That's what it all starts with. So I think they really do believe that somehow it started possibly with the cousin or the nephew, because that was the tip that they got, that Brian Albert and the cousin beat him up. And
you mean the nephew, Colin?
Sorry, right, Colin. And there was the blood on the stairs, like that whole thing. So I guess that's why that's what they latched on to. But ignoring like that and like just putting it away because it doesn't fit as well, I would definitely have been this Brian Albert thing, in conjunction with, Brian Higgins in conjunction with Brian Albert. I mean,
Brian Higgins is his fucking boy. Period. Like there's no dancing around that. That's his A1 homie. Like, that's his dude. You know, and it's like I've got dudes like that. You know what I mean? And it's like, if this thing goes down, and like, I don't think it's insane. I mean, I think that there's a world in which Colin could have thought that John was a douchebag. Like, oh yeah, I mean, they thought enough of him being kind of douchey about the lawn thing that they gave him a moniker. So if you've got a young Colin, a little shit-faced, feeling a little feisty, so like a little my Boston kid, fuck you, bang bang, that kid, we know how he is.
Right.
We know how he is.
We've seen how he is. There was that video that Aiden posted of him actually getting into a real fight.
I don't know if that was a real fight. That seemed like, they were definitely punching each other, but that, like, I got like neither of them had shoes on. It seemed like, let's take our shoes off and then box. It seemed like, didn't seem like a situation where it was like a genuine fight. They were definitely, bare knuckle trying to punch each other, but like, that's not typically how real fights go. So, I think that they were kind of boxing, but the point is that we've seen Colin. He's like your typical 16-year-old, rough kid, man. He's, thinks he's a badass. I could see if shit went sideways in that house to where he might have involved himself. I don't know.
And
at this point, everything's on the table, short of me seeing some evidence of. So, Jay.
Wait, before you ask Jay.
Wait, I don't want to forget it. And then you go like, so I already forgot it. It's gone.
I'm going to give you a second because that happens.
Very old.
Then it comes back.
It's here and then there. Yeah. Well, you go because it'll come back. Maybe.
Okay. So I was just going to say, like, I do think that these texts, the fact that Karen is seen initiating with another guy and having a conversation with another guy, knowing she has a good house, she has a good job. Like, this isn't someone who feels like their entire life everything they've ever wanted is being ripped away from them.
Right.
I'm so scorned, I'm gonna murder you.
Right.
Well, how scorned can she be when she's out chatting it up with another man? I mean, it's just one way that the jury can
Wait, I said that 10 minutes ago, that like those text messages completely obliterated any kind of concept of homicide to me.
right. No, you
Obliterated.
did say that. That's yeah.
It's exactly what I was saying. It's like,
But the fact that he's also that they got in there through the text that she has her own property somewhere. Like it gives them even
she's
more
got
ways to know
dough.
she's not right. But we don't know if the jury knows that. I mean, obviously they see that she's got means because of her lawyers, but
Well,
you know,
and aside from the fact that she paid for dinner for a huge group of people, and
That's
then
true,
it
they heard all that.
automatically goes up
Right.
to Sullivan and is like,
I
I'm
forgot,
sorry I
right.
ruined your sister's fucking time. I want to pay for her room in Aruba. I mean, she's
Right.
got means. She's got money. Like, I think that's clear to the jury.
Yeah. Agreed.
So Emmy says $20 how the kids were drunk and having fun. They weren't monitoring the door. Agreed. We've heard that the basement door is right by the front door. I don't see Jem McCabe covering for Higgins, though, if an Albert wasn't involved. Agree on all those points.
Agree.
Yes. Well, big agrees, Emmy. Big agrees. Thank you for that generosity.
Yes.
Thank you, Steve-O, so much.
Yes, go to get a
$5
buzz.
Go
Memorial
get
Day
buzzed this
weekend.
weekend with PB. Feral Friday. I'm gonna be chilling. I'm gonna pop in PB tonight. We ain't got shit going on. So like Steve's been asking, and I've been extremely swamped with shit. Steve, I know Steve wants to watch a flick. We want to watch Good Will Hunting sometime during this case. Appears this case is going to go on for a year, so I think we have plenty of time. But I'd love to do that. But yeah, everybody go check out PB tonight. I'm actually going to I'd like to pop in there very much, so I plan on doing that. Steve,
Bob,
send me a text to remind me in case I forget.
When you say PB, we have a lot of new folks here. For folks who don't know what PB is, publicly buzzed YouTube. If you like me and Bob, we promise, and Ali, you will love them. Sorry. If you like this channel, I promise you will like their channel. And Steve and Dan have been doing this case. They've been watching some testimony at night. We want to get them to 10K. They should be at 10K. So please subscribe to them if you haven't already.
I fully endorse. They're fun.
Yes.
They always have good topics and conversation, and
they're brothers. They're awesome. They're really, really funny, and they're both super genuinely sweet guys.
Super genuine, dude. The best. Yeah.
They're really great.
So
all right,
party tonight. Feral Friday, guys.
That is it. Oh wait, that wasn't the one. I agree with you, Bob. Those texts are cringe to the max, but don't support. I agree. I think Charlene sent another one asking about those pictures. So those are AI, Jay and I. Jay just happens to look exactly like Michael Corleone in The Father Part 2.
He does.
Fredo. The first time Mandy sent that to me like 3 days ago, I'm like, holy shit, it's Michael Corleone from The Godfather Part 2. Fredo, I know it was you. You broke my heart. Gives him the kiss of death right there. Man, what a scene. What a scene.
Big smooch. Big
smooch. So, all right, I've yapped. I want to hear what you guys are saying in the chat. What's up? Where Twitter world, it's already split 50-50. Like clearly, I think Lally's motivation was to paint Karen as a shitty person. Like John O'Keefe, everyone loved John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe adopted his niece and his nephew. He was adored by everyone. And here's this woman sitting there running around on John O'Keefe with a friend of his behind his back. Can you trust her? Who are you going to trust? You going to trust her? That had to have been Lally's play.
I think it probably was, but it can backfire because you've got real life people on that jury. Right.
But I want to know from people without defense lawyer brains, because I can't not think like a defense attorney. Like if I'm way the fuck off base here, do not be afraid to tell me, Bob.
We love to hear the other side on this channel. We like to hear if there's, I'd love to hear from people who are more leaning towards Karen Read is guilty.
Yeah, Bo Peep makes a great
All
point
people.
here, but and I'm going to restate this concept that so what Lally's been doing thus far is, and Allie had explained this a few lives ago. Typically, the way it goes is you have prosecution, case in chief, defense, case in chief, and then a rebuttal case by the state. The state gets the last bite of the apple. That rebuttal case is explicitly to rebut what the defense has put on in evidence during their case in chief. What Lally has done here, anticipating what the defense is going to be, which we all know it's no secret. They've talked about this third party culprit. They've litigated it. He has put on a pre-buttal case. He has put on all of the witnesses that he knew because of the exchange of witness lists that the defense was going to be calling, which was all these people that we've just seen. He put that on first. His case in chief against Karen Reed is coming. I promise you. We are going to see, the only person I don't know if it's going to testify is Proctor, but we're going to see a bunch of Massachusetts State Police. We're going to see their 3 experts with respect to phone data. We're going to see an accident reconstruction person. We're going to see their medical examiners. That case is coming. So he's just trying to front, while he's not fronting for his witnesses as they come, aside from Higgins today.
Well,
he
for
is
example,
fronting the whole defense.
He didn't front the destruction of the phone, right? Did I miss it? He didn't front it.
No, he definitely did not.
Didn't
front
touch
that
it
at
with a
all.
million-foot
So,
pole.
I mean, obviously, this is not mistakes on his part. This was a conscious decision to, let the defense do that, and then he'll deal with it on redirect.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he fronted, like you said, he actually did front some things here, which I think he actually needed to. I mean, there's plenty he needed to, but I don't know how he could have not fronted this. That would have been sort of insane.
Hey, what's up, T? She's referring to
You like apples? I got a number. How do you like them apples?
I think it's that, like, the music needs to be turned down during it or something.
Like, Jay doesn't have that kind of capability to go into like a movie and I'm gonna take the sound of the music down so I can like up the dialogue. Like he's only
Jay,
got a
come on.
magic mic.
I
This is
honestly
the one that
probably
really
could.
needs to be cleaned up.
My boy's wicked smart.
Like it's hard to hear. Like, and
See,
that's
I get them from typically I just get them from this website called My Instance. There's like sound clips. It's a pain. Like if I don't do that, then I gotta like find the movie clip, record. It's a pain in the ass. So I'm doing the best I can.
Hey Jay,
Please.
you want to know who's not complaining about the clips? This guy. I
Yeah,
love
the
all
one
your
who just
clips.
gets them all.
It was like Christmas morning when I went in, or Hanukkah morning, or Hanukkah Bush morning when I went in and Jay had loaded all those clips for me. I was like, oh man, what a guy! What a guy! So I'm definitely not complaining about it. I love all of them as they are, my friend.
So I just want to touch on this because I think people with droids don't know what we mean. So when we on iPhones, anyone on an iPhone that texts with a droid, that text is going to be green. Or if the iPhone has on, for whatever reason, you're only able to get through SMS messages. Because otherwise, when an iPhone sends a message to an iPhone, it's blue.
And by the way, if you have an Android, grow up. What are you doing? Become an adult. Get a phone that matters. What are
Well,
you doing
now,
with
Jay, that is the most controversial thing you've ever said.
Jay,
You have just
really
started
gonna
a war.
now there's gonna be fighting in our chats.
I predict a war in our chat. That is controversial. It's but true. Chrissy Cooksey, thank you for that $5 hollow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate that. New member. Aw, family hug. Jen someday.
Try to mix them in with a question so we don't start losing people.
What,
while you hug
okay.
everybody.
We're getting. I mean, we're almost at 4,500 total.
I mean,
total for whoever wants to call me out. Total.
Yeah, Jay, get the numbers right, bro.
Almost 1,500 on YouTube. This has been a great day. Thank you. And it's all you guys share our stuff out, and we.
And it would have been so much better if you just
Jay,
posted
you
a
opened the
link
door.
on.
Let's see.
Jay opened.
Okay, wait. Didn't you have a beeper or a BlackBerry growing up anyway? Oh,
We had a BlackBerry
zing.
for a second.
No, that's like an age rip right there. I had one of those
All of them.
brick phones. Remember those brick cell phones? The first
The big
ones.
one.
It was like this big. It was like the size
Are
of
you
a
talking about the
shoe.
Zach Morris? The Zach Morris phone, or
Yeah,
or
dude.
after that? You
I
have the
was,
Zach Morris phone?
of course not.
Look
I was
at you.
broke. I had
Wait,
was
no,
gonna
I
say,
was
me
gonna
too.
say I had a friend who did.
I never even went the pager route. I never had the brick
First the
or the
pager, that
pager.
the people who were needed to be in communication all the time, that they had them from the jump.
Exactly, Amy. Exactly. Exactly. See, Amy's my age. Like, like all those Run DMC videos back when MTV actually used to show videos. You guys remember,
Oh man, listen to this take. Listen to this old man.
Right?
Back when
Who's so many
MTV
Wait,
years
you didn't
old?
watch music videos on MTV, Jay?
I
What?
was
No, I'm
so
kidding. I did.
old.
Yes, I did. I'm
Oh.
kidding.
Of course he did. Like I would like. Do you remember the days where you'd have to sit there, whether that be that one video that came out, you're like, it was your song, and then you'd sit in front of MTV for like 4 hours waiting for him to play the
I never
video
did that.
again. Wow.
See, my generation, this is probably when I would watch MTV, it was TRL with Carson Daly. It was like around when I was in college. Eminem would be on there, and Britney, and like this is all when they're young. I don't know you're talking about, like
Actual
was
music videos.
well, yeah, those were music videos, but there was like
Oh.
but you guys are talking about like the original VJ. Like, who was it? Martha Quinn, and the original, like it was just straight up.
All the old heads, man. The old original, like did you say Colin Quinn? There was Colin Quinn. Who was the other dude? They had like the other, like, who was the kind of the older skinny faced guy? Kurt, maybe
Kurt Loder.
Kurt Loder.
He was the news guy. MTV News. I remember MTV
He was the
News.
MTV News. Exactly.
And
then when they busted up, wait,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get you back on track here.
I am.
don't think
Paige,
a car
flesh
accident.
that out. Flesh that out. Like, what do you mean car accident?
I still think it's possible that Higgins hit him accidentally, for all we know.
No way.
I don't know. It's just that he's got the damn plow and the
way.
scratches on the arms if they're not dog scratches. I
That
don't
gets
know.
me, like, I don't know. Like, and then like that's
all
way hard. So then
possible.
he runs in the house and he's telling everybody, or he's just like, or like, I guess maybe, he doesn't tell anybody it went down. He's like, he walks everybody out to their car when they're leaving. Hey, what's that over there? Pointing so they don't look at the big, large black lump, or what does she call it?
A blob.
The blob, the black blob over in the corner. Hey, what is that? Look at that. It's snow eagle.
Still
comes out of,
bird owl.
The
pig owl.
Pig owl. Yeah. I don't know. That one's, I mean.
So I'll have to tell you the extraction, the minimal amount of the extraction reports that were attached to the motion, I find it very interesting, because right at the time that this all would have went down, and it would have had to be, if you go based on the steps of Jen McCabe, the steps of Jen McCabe's heartbeat actually drops down. I don't know if it's 10 or 20 minutes after John would have probably gotten into the house, if he got in. So I was looking up, can stress make your heart rate drop? And, or it's like somebody had to calm her down. I don't know. It seemed like.
I don't know either. Well, it's I don't know either. So Laura, I'm sorry I missed that. If I missed any other super chats, please put it in the chat. I'll pull it up. Laura, hit me up.
What was the time? Does anyone remember the time? Because I missed it. The time that Karen sent him that text, because remember, he already had gotten a call and known about it by 7 a.m. No, that's
11.
Not
it was after 11 a.m.
And I think he died at 7:50. They was declared dead, or 8:50.
The bigger question I have is, did Brian, was he aware of it, that John had died?
Right, as opposed to just being left like that.
Either way, we're going to get to that, because Mia Beto had another one. So Laura said she seemed signed off from the relationship. Agreed. Higgins thinks he's in there. Agreed. Why not reply to the last message and jump in and console her? Agree hard. More motive for Higgins than Karen. I agree completely. Like a normal response, either Higgins knows and he's like, oh my God, I know. Yeah, like I know. Like, it's just a normal response. You don't go silent on that. It's to me, the fact that he didn't respond is incredibly off-putting to me. Either with a what, like a million X, like, you know, what?
Or I heard, I'm so
Or
sorry.
I heard, I'm so sorry. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know, like that, like to not say anything to me screams. It screams volumes. That particular
The counter point could be they were already suspecting that she was responsible. I'm
You
just
think that-
devil's advocating that.
You think
bit
that's
right
the
there.
counter to it? I guess. I mean, I guess that's the counter. So Mia
Well,
had
don't
asked
you-
the same
couldn't-
thing.
Couldn't the counter be like he fucking knew? He's like, he gets that text and he's like, holy shit. Now, like, don't you think he has a law enforcement is like, they're gonna start investigating this shit. And now exactly what is happening today in his head is like, he's extrapolating. He's like, whatever response he does there.
Absolutely. That
Right.
is fresh on his mind. This is
Yep.
all,
He's
coming
thinking about
out.
this day to day.
Even like Jay
reckoning.
saying, even if nothing nefarious went
Right.
on in that house, that he's like, just from a completely innocence perspective, like I ain't getting involved. Don't start nothing,
And
won't be nothing. Like they're
even if
already
he
going to be
thinks
looking
she
at her
did it,
phone.
even if he thinks she did it, he knows that he's part of the motive or part of what could be made
Which
the motive.
also, which leads to like why all this deleting of shit, all this shady shit. It's like he knew, they knew. Who knows if those butt or any future correspondence between them is like, oh shit, dude, like, you know, like the Brian's talking to each other, like, dude, like I was texting, we were like, we got to kind of get this together. We got to like just all the stuff that we keep, like, what are they hiding if they're not hiding? You know, potentially this conspiracy where they beat up debt, like that could be the reason. Oh, let's just get deleted. Why phones are getting turned in by this 13 Brian Albert, who's like, oh, I didn't know they were going to erase it when I had. Okay, come on, sir. Like, what were those things that were on your phone with you and Brian Higgins that you guys were talking about that you like no longer have? I don't know. Just
Yeah, dude, no, it's a not only is it a great thought, it's probably an accurate thought in terms of like, if we're in the world that nothing went down in that house, it's probably exactly why he didn't do it. Like, I'm not fucking writing a goddamn thing. Like, I'm done. Like, they're looking at her shit like anyway. It's like I'm already like nervous about it. Like just that fact. Like, as soon as he finds out that they've picked her up, he's already worried. All like just because of the fact that he seems to be having a relationship with her. Like, you can imagine where his head's at. Like, it's such a great point. Like he's like, as soon as he finds out that they're investigating it as a homicide, he's got to be like, oh my fucking God, all those text messages between me and her, like, I'm the motive. I'm the motive. I'm the motive for her to kill. You know what I mean? He's got to be freaking out about that. Megan Z, $5 holla. Thank you very much. Is the whole quote, maybe he got hit by a plow talk, that AM, could it be because of BH's possible motive? I mean,
Brian Higgins.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it
definitely.
In my mind, it seems unlikely that her mind would go right there. Like, Brian killed him and it was with his plow, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. Like, once you start thinking about it, because like Karen's the first one who says the plow shit, you know, but like,
Right.
I started like out of just pure interest. I started Googling like how many plow deaths there have been in Massachusetts. And, you know, when they get hammered up there, they get hammered. Those nor'easters, they get dumped on. Like, I don't know anywhere else in the country except for maybe the Rockies, you know, they get like buried in snow. So like, they're not infrequent. You know, I'm not saying there's like 10 a day by any stretch, but they're not like it never happens.
I mean, that'll be interesting testimony. That whole thing about like somebody got a call and was told told by his boss at the dispatch or the plow place, whatever, ever mention that call again. Like did someone get hit by a plow call?
Susie Q, member for 3 months. Aw, family hug. Wait, Jen McCabe has a heart? Oh, zing. Susie. Court C, new member. Aw, family hug. Welcome to the fam. We are so happy you're here. So, all right, Jay.
Bob, I'm keeping an eye on it, but I just want to say to we have about total 4,400 people. For people who don't know, Bob, tell them about the podcast. We're on YouTube now, but they might not know about the podcast.
Yeah, I always forget about the main reason I have a YouTube channel. It's so weird.
It's right here.
So yeah, it's right here. We have Allie and I have the docket. We have 2 podcasts. We have the docket where Allie and I cover all current cases going. We're knee deep in Delphi. We're obviously knee deep in Karen Reed. We cover them all. We've got a Steve Avery that we're doing together. We're 11 episodes in on that. We call it Did He Do It? Did he do it? Did he do it? Like we're trying to figure out. We have decided that on Stephen Avery, neither making a murderer or convicting a murderer convinced us. We had to go. We are going through that entire case file.
Don't even push that Avery case.
Oh, it's coming, baby.
I know,
We're
but people are
pushing it.
okay. But we
I'm
better
not pushing it. The people.
get back onto it then.
We are.
got a whole
And
week
then
next
we have
week of-
2 serialized seasons.
Thanks, Jay.
My dad was John Wayne Gacy's lawyer way back a million years ago. And he left me or gave me all of his taped interviews with Gacy.
That's where I
who was a
suggest
client.
starting.
That's where you should start. Like
Yeah.
it's serialized. It's not a banter.
And it's amazing.
It's pretty good.
And that's
proud of it.
me being as unbiased as I can be, and knowing that I'm biased. It was amazing.
Thank you. And I wrote that. So that's like scripted. It's me writing. And we interviewed every cop that was involved with the investigation. My father obviously is on it. He reads his opening statement in the case. I was lucky enough before he passed, rest in peace, Bill Kunkel. The lead prosecutor performed his entire closing argument. That's how I end the podcast. I think it's epic. I think it's like the greatest thing that's ever been done. Like, and it's not really like about Gacy, I'm saying, but it's not about Gacy. It's about the victims. It's about the investigation. It's about the trial. It's like Gacy's not the focus, as weird as that sounds. I wanted to focus on the people that lost their lives that we knew nothing about for 40 plus years, which I think we accomplished. And then the investigation, how they got him after this long spree of killing,
please.
how they got him in 10 days.
And the answer here is the McCabe's, by the way, Jade.
Michael Corleone keeps staring at me the whole.
Speaking of Michael, can I just say for the people who maybe knew, and I haven't alienated by yelling at androids and stuff, I also have a challenge shaming of Jay. If you don't know, me and Bob have been switching every day. So on Tuesday, that's where we'll be with this trial.
Yes.
Yeah. Everybody in here, and if you're new, like if you found us last night, please, this is my trial partner, my brother from another mother.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Closest homie in the world in terms of YouTube land, and we're finally getting to meet in person in July. I'm super excited about it. And he's got an amazing channel. His wife's on there. And,
Shaming of Jay. You got it.
Shaming of Jay. Throw it in the links.
Yes.
Boy, Allison just like crushing my
You started to dwindle
Who's
off
talking? No one's talking yet. Are they?
What do you? What? Yes.
See, I'm muted. I
As a matter of
can't
fact,
hear
you
it.
reached
It's
out
so
to her
weird.
in an effort to try to
Rewinded
prompt
for the people.
conversation to continue. Did you not?
Shit. All right. Okay. Sorry, guys.
All right. So the go ahead, Jay. Say your thing.
Just add the shaming of Jay.
Put it in the links. Put a link in there.
Use your arrow.
Higgins, before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Miss Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes.
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
They lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to prompt the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, and not once but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs the.
I'm sorry. The one that was right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second.
Maybe that should just stay with Mr. Higgins.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles starting at the top?
Ha ha, stranger, stranger.
And then what was the response from Miss Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond at that point?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
Right.
Yep.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
No, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
Did she respond?
That was perfect timing for your
Yeah.
soundbite, Bob.
Matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Miss Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Miss Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened, that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with...
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd, is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th?
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never?
No.
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up?
No.
Even though he's a good friend?
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You'd been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillsides.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall?
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the waterfall or who was expected to come to the waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No.
You had several drinks before you even got to the waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
Okay. How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there in your personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove over to the waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the waterfall?
I'm sorry.
I was at the waterfall.
Left the waterfall, drove over to 34 Fairview.
I did, yes.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you, you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that, different directions.
Right.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you?
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening?
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you? Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug?
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those 3
Really?
things?
I think it
Hug,
does.
what was the other
Did she
thing?
say hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
Did she ignore you or not?
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was
Yeah.
What direction with you?
Please let him say
My
it.
answer now?
Sure.
She, in my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person she didn't come over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And, well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think you do too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No,
Fireworks
that's not
to the
correct.
start.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson,
That's
let's
what I
move on.
take it as. 100%. 100%.
At the end of the night, the group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her, yes.
Okay,
She didn't respond.
that wasn't my question.
What,
My question is, she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was, if she purposely ignored the text.
Well,
Or she
Karen
didn't
looked
see it,
back
I
and
don't know.
laughed.
I didn't
or
read into
something,
it.
right?
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
Got it. So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if you're the, if everybody's herding out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No,
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
no,
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that? An
No.
acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left,
Oh,
that's what
why
everybody
he's
was
always
doing,
like,
just leaving.
That's what
Okay.
I do the
You too.
Irish goodbye.
correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that, at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No,
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
at 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes,
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
no,
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the Waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
no, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
Neither would
But
I,
you
to be
did text
perfectly
John.
honest.
Yes,
That's his way of getting Karen there, by getting John there. That's
Right.
how I see it.
And he knows that
You've indicated that you
John
took
with
your Jeep,
Karen?
your personal vehicle with the plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
it was a sweep of the driveway, yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final
No way
time
he
so
wouldn't have
you can
swept
be
that
clear.
area when he left. I'll tell you that
Exactly
much.
where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is out right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there, it would have been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where a laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep is facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay.
He was as close to the driveway as
You
you could get
indicated the
without
plow
blocking
was
it.
a 6 foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6
6'8",
foot,
meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 foot, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that not right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving straight locally, where you're not gonna have to worry about overheating the Jeep, I would just have the Jeep plow straight. If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating, so I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right. When you walked into 34 Fairview, you indicated that there were people congregated basically in the kitchen area, correct?
There were some people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening, correct?
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, you know, I knew it was going to be a short night there because
A bear?
I just wasn't going to, I'm not a beer drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
When you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes. No.
Okay. You testified to that in a prior hearing, is that right?
Yes.
In May of 2023.
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos, where would you have to be?
Objection.
Assisting.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
Yes.
And a gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
In the basement.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime?
Summertime before?
Summertime before, yes.
Summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that you've never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say a tall, dark-haired male entered the house while you were there?
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes.
Holy shit. What?
And that was in reference to somebody's brother.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, so now he's saying Ryan Nagel came in the house. I mean, who else could it be?
What he seems to be saying that trying to say he meant when he said that.
We know Ryan Nagel didn't get out of the car.
Yep. How would he know that he was a tall, dark-haired male?
Good question, Allie.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have, yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up, and you described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
So a male did come in the house.
What is going on?
That night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well,
how'd you see him? Oh, with
He
dark
did,
hair.
man, down in the basement.
When you testified,
I mean, the first floor.
at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe.
Paige, I'm going to impeach Brian Higgins.
If I may, can I approach?
Yes.
She's reading it, so she knows what it says now.
Thank you.
Look at the top part that I highlighted.
You surely don't know someone's tall by sitting in the car. I'm going to get on Zoom court shortly, but I'll be watching on YouTube until they call my case.
Tell the judge to subscribe.
Will do. Not really, obviously, but.
For scathing legal analysis.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
Robin, are you talking about Ryan Nagel?
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple
I'm
question.
going to say it
Is that your
again.
testimony
He
in front of
described
another
him as
proceeding?
tall
Yes,
and
it was.
dark
At another
haired.
proceeding, which you were under oath.
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like.
They're all lying?
And you said,
Jesus.
I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house at least briefly in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house. Yes or no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations or the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence in total? From the time you got there till the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house?
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left.
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
Because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes.
You walked down the driveway.
Yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there, yes.
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
That's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked?
Correct.
Maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard to the, down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short.
30 feet?
Maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No.
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
Of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on a watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep?
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
And the wipers, yes.
And the lights?
Yes.
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes.
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
Yes.
So you picked it back up?
Yes.
Looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you.
On the road, yes.
And everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other than snow on the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn.
Guys,
When
Bob's
another
not
car
asleep.
parked
He's
there-
texting.
No, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me.
Tweeting.
It was
Everyone
the
thinks
roadway
you're
was
sleeping.
relatively empty.
Kidding me?
There was no cars.
And you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
I assure you, I'm not sleeping.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision,
Alley dipped out
you
completely.
still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road, in the lawn, or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning?
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that night, that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34th Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022.
Yes.
Correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned.
I said administrative things.
You said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later. Right?
I was more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
So an administrative assistant is a valet?
Higgins, you
If
weren't
that's what
actually
administrative means?
at the Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30
that's administrative work.
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
And we'll talk about the video in just a second. You entered the Canton Police Station through which door?
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or?
Oh, jury's hot.
Over there?
Jury's hot.
So why don't we take a 5-minute?
Jay, I'd like you to go fan the jury off. Oh, is that nice?
It is warm here in Long Island, so I wonder.
Can you just open the window?
What Jerry said, I missed it. Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's holding up fine at this point, but there haven't really been any, I would say, challenges yet. Like, I'm going to be curious to see how he reacts when we get to, if he can get to it, if she allows him, about him destroying his phone, getting a new phone number.
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
Let's sit quietly and think. Yeah, I think that Higgins has been holding up just fine. He certainly hasn't been rattled.
If you don't mind, I'll go over there. Nancy Paul will do it.
You are muted.
Oh, she killed the Zoom? Yeah, I don't like the whole tall, dark-haired guy. Like, he knows John. If it was John, he would have said John came into the house. Obviously, that wasn't happening. I guess it does make the whole Ryan Nagel thing. Like, it's yet another thing to kind of throw like the whole Ricky, Ryan, Heather crew like thing out of whack. Like, are we to believe nothing they said? Now there was a Jeep in front of them. Now Ryan came into the house. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know that it affects anything either way. You know, I mean, nobody saw that Lexus hit John O'Keefe. That is the one thing that is abundantly clear here. You know, what else is becoming abundantly clear is that no one is going to say that John O'Keefe came into that house. So, I mean, for the state, the Commonwealth, it's going to boil down to what kind of evidence do they have. I was telling Allie the other day that as far as, well, before I get to that, I wanted to bring up one thing about Jen McCabe that I thought of, and somebody may have seen it in somebody may have tweeted it, but the concept of the morning that they're looking for John and then they're in the car, and I wish that Ajax would have asked this question. We have to, Karen had never
see how she's doing.
Karen had never been out. She had no idea what 34 Fairview was, but she wasn't familiar with it. They had to ask how to get there. Neither one of them. So that morning, when they're driving by, you telling me that we're supposed to believe that Jen McCabe we're coming up to Fairview, you may want to keep an eye out. Like, is that like, you know what I mean? Like, that had to have taken place, right? Like, Karen is not going to independently know where 34 Fairview is. She's not familiar with the property, doesn't know what the house looks like. If she's blackout drunk, she definitely doesn't remember what it looks like. But even if she's sober, like, I don't remember a place that I might have been the first time the night before and committed to memory.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert.
Wow. Boy, whatever this law firm is marketing the shit. What is this break they're taking?
I thought I heard when it was,
we just came back from lunch, for God's sakes.
Well, I think I heard the judge say, "Let's check on the juror." Like, this fan we keep watching isn't doing its goddamn job. Fan.
I thought they fixed the AC. What's happening?
It's this white ceiling fan. Is it? Fire the fan. This is outrageous.
Fan. I thought they fixed the AC in that place. She had this whole thing about the AC's fixed. It should be nice and comfortable. Now they have poor jurors passing out. Nice job, Jay. I blame you. Simple.
Maybe it was the heat emanating off of Higgins, who was red as the just emanating
beating off of his face. My big red face. All jokes aside, though, I think he's holding up just fine. Honestly, like, it felt like he certainly isn't flustered. Like, we're not getting the Jen McCabe type of reactions, but like, he hasn't really brought anything to him like that. It's been like a bunch of kind of ticky-tack shit. Like, we haven't got to some of the bigger things that we know, but like, if you've got a guy that's going to maintain his story, I don't know how Jackson's going to get him to, like, he's certainly not getting Brian Higgins to crack on the stand and say, yeah, I did it. That's not happening. So it's like, he's going to have to try to make him out to be a liar through other avenues. Now, we haven't gotten to the most fertile ground. Like, this thing has just started. He's only he was crossing for a half an hour prior to lunch.
And not a long. Yeah, it was like exactly half hour.
Yeah, we're 10 minutes, 15 minutes in on this part, maybe a little longer. We got another break. So, I mean, I think he's just getting warmed up, but I mean, as of now, in my estimation, Brian Higgins is holding up just fine. So
I thought when he was, I mean, obviously, of course, he's on direct, he's going to come, but like when he said, like, listen, I'm not proud of it. Like, I'm not proud of what is in these, like, that little thing to me struck genuine, but
yeah, again, but like, I mean, he's an agent. He's a Fed. Like, those fucking people are trained liars, man. Like that's truth.
I know, but I'm agreeing with you that he seems genuine, and you're like, no, he's a trained fucking liar.
I mean, I'm just saying, like he could easily come off as genuine,
That's
and we
true,
wouldn't fucking know it. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's not your average witness. Like you or I get up on the stand, and you'd fucking fold like a cheap suit under my cross examination. You know, like you'd actually break down and confess to everything. I kid, but like you know what I'm saying? Like he's skilled, you know, like he's been trained to do certain things by way of his profession. So, you know, I mean, that has to be taken into account, but notwithstanding that, you know, I mean, he comes off as a genuine guy, like he just does. And it doesn't matter that I think that he's a trained fucking liar. It matters how he's coming off to a jury, and he's coming off like a guy, like, you know, like just kind of like an everyman, like a dude. You know, like, oh, what the fuck, man? You know, this chick's hitting me up, and I don't know. It's like my buddy's girl, and kind of want to get my dick wet, but I don't really feel bad about it. You know, it's like all this shit. You know,
I'm glad Allie was not here for that.
Oh, she would have loved it. She would have loved it, or hated it. One of the two. It can only be.
I mean, I just think that's why I was so freaking hard on Jen McKay, because to me, when she would just be like, show me it. I don't know if that, show me it. Like, he's not coming off like that. At least if you want to compare and contrast him with Jen McKay, who I think had a narrative that she was absolutely going to control that cross. She was going to be like, show me everything. Like, it's just a contrast. So whether or not he's telling the truth, you know, it's for the jury to decide, but there's just a way different style, or just how they came off to me, like her and him.
It should have been. If Phil's in here, Toyo, if you're in here, put that on the bingo next bingo card. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that you know, but it's early. It's early on. Like, and I'm not rooting for anybody here. It's just like, you know, he has not gotten him to exactly like you just said. Like, he is not in Jen McCabe world. Like, he has not gotten him to a point where he's pushing back on shit. But then again, I haven't felt like there's been any topic of conversation that would push him there.
He did he did get him to push back, and I thought Jackson was correct, where he's like, listen, like, dude, she was ignoring you, and you were like, and I thought that was a good point. That was why he texted that, because she was, and he didn't want to admit that. But to me, that's very clearly why else is he like, that means like, why are you ignoring me? That's, I thought Jackson was completely correct, and I thought he pushed back a little bit on that, and he didn't look, that looked disgenuine.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let me ask you this: do you think that he like? I think there's more fertile ground with that no text after John's dead. Like I don't feel like he really touched on it enough. Like again, I'm looking at our chat as the jury, you know, and more than 10 people were like, what? No response to that. But I mean, maybe he's thinking exactly the way you're thinking about it, that Higgins is going to have a pat answer. He's like, it's like, dude, like, I knew by the time she texted me, I knew that this was an investigation. And I also knew that I had a bunch of text messages in her phone from the guy who just, you know, who was dating the guy that just died. Like, I wasn't about to fuck with that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean, if I'm Higgins, that's my answer, and it's plausible. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why he didn't touch it. I mean, Ajax is a pretty bright guy. And it's that question that you're asking that you don't know the answer to, which is rule 1A of cross-examination. Never ask that. Ted Daniels reports one juror might be sick. Oh, all right.
This is going to throw Bev through the roof if she's got to end today. She very clearly wants, she's like, we're doing a quick lunch. We're getting out of here at 4:30. Like, she wants Higgins to be done.
Oh, today. Yeah, no way. I mean, I think if a juror is sick, I think they're gonna excuse that juror and move.
Oh, really? They'll do that.
Well, I agree. Like, she's not trying to follow. Like, she's only got one day of court set next week. Like, that would derail everything for her, because that means then Higgins comes back Tuesday, eats up the whole fucking day of what otherwise would be 4, 5, 6 witnesses. And I mean, yeah, I think that she would probably say, I'm very sorry, Mr. or Madam Juror, but I'm going to have to excuse you. I hope you feel better. Get to, you know, but like, I'm going to shift the alternate. I mean, that's what you have alternates for.
Right.
So,
I mean, she very clearly wants to get this.
yeah,
thing going.
dude, there's no question. All right. Let's see. They are lost. James calls. It's by Bella's mom's house. KO, your ex want you cheating on me. Jo, you're the one coming on to Higgins. Fuck you, bitch. Get out. Sees Higgins. You messing with my girl. A-hole, bada bang.
If we have anyone that can interpret that, but thank you, Lucia, for the, thank you very much.
Hold on, I'm gonna be able to do this. So wait, this is okay. So I think Lucia's saying that this is the argument in the car.
They lost.
Okay, so starts in the car.
They are lost. Okay,
they're lost. Jen McCabe calls. It's by Bella's mom's house. Karen Reed. Oh, so your ex, you're fucking cheating on me. John O'Keefe, you're the one coming on to Higgins. You fuck you, bitch. Gets out, sees Higgins. You messing with my girl. A-hole, bada. I just translated the fuck.
Good job, Bob, and thank you, Lucia.
I like where your head's at, Lucia. That's basically my concept. Like that's a very plausible way for that shit to play out right there. Love it. Love it.
And good job. I know you have limited text, so that's probably why you had to do that. So good work that we were able to.
That was great. Let's see. Brandy says, if I remember right, Bob, Jen was telling Carrie as the house was coming up and said, it's coming up just past those trees. All right. Thank you very much, Brandy. So that's different. Because like I had heard something, but I cannot remember. And let me know in the chat if you guys heard this, that Jen said something about make sure you're checking the tree line. Now that seems like, did she? Like coming up to the house?
I just remember that testimony. I don't know who said it. I just remember that's coming up. Okay. I don't remember.
All right. Like if anybody remembers that, let us know. Because that's obviously huge. That concept kind of offsets her testimony about Karen making a beeline to the body, seeing the body that no one else on the planet could see except for Karen, because she obviously knew where he was. Because like that just plays against like the whole concept of her being intoxicated. It's like, I don't think you can have it both ways. Either she's shit-faced and doesn't remember and kills him, or she's not shit-faced. Like I think for the murder beef, like even though intoxication is no excuse, it doesn't, you don't get out of committing murder, but it makes the intent portion of the murder statute much harder to prove. At that point, you're just having to rely on the fact of the actus reus, the act itself. Okay, KKB, just past the tree line is my sister's house. All right. So there you go. Thank you guys. You guys really filled major gaps for me. So Jen is warning her or alerting her to the fact that they're getting up to the house, which to me is significant. I mean, it's like the way Jen's testimony came off to me was that like she tried to make it sound because like we all know that they were driving all kinds of places before they went to 34 Fairview. It's not like Karen said, let's go right by the house. So like I think that we're supposed to imply from that Karen had all this time at John's that night after it went down to kind of hatch this plan. I'm going to call in a panic. I'm going to call the panic calls at 5 a.m. And then I'm going to have them run by a bunch of different areas. I'm not going to drive. I'm too hysterical to drive. So that way that takes that out of my control, and we'll say like, let's check here. Let's check there. Let's check. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the story that they're trying to plant, right? Which makes sense. Like if Karen did it and is knows she did it, then that's a reasonable thing to think that, okay, she went back. Like this whole thing about this missing footage is huge. If like we talked about it, if like that could be the biggest like it's almost as huge in my mind as the 230, the 227 Google search. If it turns out that they can prove that Karen deleted the footage after she returned back to John's house of her returning back there, that's a big fucking deal, man.
Yeah,
Oh, what's up, good looking? Hey, good looking.
All right.
What you got? Oh, I got to keep an eye on this.
I got still on the
Please.
fan. If
So
you missed it, Allie,
I missed some stuff. What happened?
well, it's on break right now because a juror got hot and like they had to like take a break. They were supposed to be a quick 5-minute break, but I think this juror must not be doing well because they are still on break. It's on the fan right now, and me and Bob are talking about like if it's that bad. Bob was saying she's probably just gonna kick her and be like, all right, well, we got enough here because she very clearly wants to get done with Higgins today. I don't think with the other option would be like, all right, guys, go home and we'll be back on Tuesday, which
I
seems
don't
unlikely.
know. I mean, it seems. Well, I guess we will have to see because it seems excessive to boot a juror for just being sick. I'm not sure she can do that if both parties don't agree. They may say they think she should be allowed to go home. I mean, if that's a juror that like,
I agree, Amy. That would be devastating evidence against Karen Reed if they can prove it.
Oh, good question by Kerry. Did you see the part about the guy, the unknown guy with Brian saying there was someone that went in the house? You saw that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not him saying that it was John.
Right, because he would have just said it's John, which obviously we never say.
But and then someone's like, well, could he have been like being elusive on purpose so that he wasn't lying? It was a tall man with dark hair came into the house. Is that not a lie? Is that like a way around it? But
is Nagel tall? Is Ryan tall? I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, he surely doesn't know who's tall if they're just sitting. I mean, clearly the person came in the house and all 3 of those people, all 4 of those people, the one that was in the house, whose brother it is, him, the friend, the girlfriend of the friend, all testified he never went in that house. What in the name of everything is going on here? It's so crazy. I don't get it. That's a lot of people lying.
Well, they've completely removed the Ricky, Ryan, Heather trio like out of the mix, like completely. Like I almost to the point where I don't know why Lally put them on.
Maybe they hit him. I mean, it's just as plausible. I don't get it. Why are they lying?
I still have to be convinced that those injuries are from a vehicle.
Right. I agree.
I still have to be convinced.
Oh, Lord. So let's assume we know we're going to hear evidence that at least tries to establish that a car did this. Why in the name of hell is everybody saying, all right, they're all so drunk they don't remember a Jeep being between the 2 cars to the point where they're like, no, I absolutely am sure I was right behind her. I'm sure there was no other car there. I saw the light turn on. Why
pop it up. Where's
they lying about having to go around the other car? Unless, as we all know, somebody pops out from in front of a car, you don't see them before they pop out. Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
It's how kids and accidents happen all the time. I'm always telling the kids, whenever you're walking around that subdivision, if you come out between a car,
you gotta stop and look, bro.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Ryan's
Mr. Higgins,
blonde,
if
Annie
you went
says.
back to Canton PD.
Yeah, he was the guy who looked like Scott Kahn.
1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would
That's
have
what I asked you,
access
sir.
to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any
It's
calls,
supposed to be me in
call
the
outs,
bottom.
things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
You were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around
If you wanted
1:30 in the
to.
morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony
Couldn't
that you
sleep
gave,
after all that.
did you
Needed a
ever
couple
indicate
drinks.
Ever that
I don't
you
drink beer.
slept on the couch that night?
I'm a fucking bourbon.
I
guy.
don't know.
Fuck off.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of
What
fact,
happened to the
you did
volume?
mention
That's what I was about to ask you, babe.
in a different hearing
I didn't touch it.
was that you may have gotten something to eat.
He might be walking around. Might be like me.
Stuff on the nightstand next to
No.
the bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
Boost it.
I did boost it.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep
Mm.
in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go
Thank
on
you,
social media
Shiraz.
because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
You don't use Snapchat and quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but two phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Now law and crime volume working. Ours is
May I
not.
approach you?
Yes.
Should I refresh the screen, Jay?
Take a look at those.
You might be a couple seconds behind.
At least the top one.
Oh yeah, maybe. Let
Good
me see.
call, Allie.
I think we introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm gonna ask that they be marked for identification.
Are you?
Yeah, but like we don't want to miss the testimony, do we?
I mean, I can still hear it. It's low, but I can hear
Yeah.
it. You,
He's reading. You could click
Okay.
1.2, 2.1. I mean, 1.2.
Yes, yes. These are, you know what? I'm
You're live now.
I'm live now.
Refresh the stream.
Should I refresh just hit refresh on the thing?
Yep.
May the witness maintain those documents.
Damn it. Didn't work.
Didn't work.
other option is like just close out that browser, open it up
Wait,
again, and
I have Zoom open.
you shouldn't be affecting it.
We can do it as
Okay.
one exhibit.
I
that's fine.
quit it. So,
Yes.
all right. So, babe,
They're saying sound is messed up in court.
still,
Still?
I'm going to
Okay,
check.
yeah, 'cause somebody said
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770. In other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right. I mean, in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. I think they're just out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
It's still soft, but do you have the volume turned all the way up as loud as it goes on the computer as well?
That's the protocol. It's okay. It's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771.
all right, so it sounds like NBC 10.
Sounds
bought
better.
it.
When you're
Should I
referencing
should I
them.
switch
Better,
over?
it's better, it's better. It's
I think it's.
When you're
I think it's
referencing
working.
them?
When
better,
I'm
it's better.
referencing.
Okay.
Okay.
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
Something happened
So
there.
17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that
Well, those
right?
butt dials are timed well.
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's what the records say. We can't trust records all of a sudden, people. I don't know what would happen to Murdoch after this this trial went first, because apparently we can't trust records. We can't trust.
So the fact is, you were
GPS,
speaking to Brian
steps.
Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. He does. There's no reason to be asking this witness.
And then, of
that,
course, you
so.
lied about that under oath in
And he
that
knew
prior
it.
proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I always tell the
You
truth.
acknowledge that there's a
Lie.
22-second phone call.
God.
Well, and why don't you
in your
tell us
phone
why
records,
you
correct?
broke your phone
That's
up?
what's
I wanna know
reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
I always.
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, that's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it. No.
Hey, babe, I'll be home in 10. Love you. Bye.
Love you too.
See?
Bye.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing,
Agreed, Mia.
explanation for what that 22
Except me, I
second
always
call
told
may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yeah, you and Higgins.
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
God, there's a lot too many butt dials for this jury. I am certain.
So you think
Sex
it's
dials,
possible
butt
that you had
hang-ups.
Butt dials,
Butt hands.
Brian Albert, for a 22 second call that you're not aware of.
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of
Pull out
that,
his
nor did I
surgical
have any
report.
conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for the reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Isn't that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can
Why?
break it down.
Sure.
Compound question.
In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call,
Gotta go
you
step
first
by
have to
step.
unlock your iPhone.
Correct?
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I've never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
Can I do a Bev sigh?
Yes.
After you were shown these phone records
no.
of that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you
Testify
ever
about the
previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered, yes. And then there was a
There
question.
there was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of, I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
The jury has got
You
to
see the
think
pink
this is too
highlighted
many butt
question and
calls.
the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
They have
What's the
to.
question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
One butt dial too far. Or two, or three.
That's not even
You
22
said
seconds.
a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
I mean, no matter, I'd like to hear if there's anyone who's very, innocent, heavy, that's the way they're leaning. Do you think the jury is concerned about the number of butt calls?
Same page.
Or do you
Pull
think
it out.
jury
Bottom portion.
believes him that he didn't make any
Read
calls
that
when he's showing
answer to
records that he did?
That one too.
Is he shit-faced? I drink the
Do you
brown
have that in
liquor.
mind, sir?
I don't
No,
know.
can I have a minute, please?
I didn't make a fucking call. How many times you gonna ask me the same shit, jerk off? That was my Brian Higgins impression. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what he's thinking in his mind.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Joe Schmo, $2 hollow.
Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that
It's
last testimony.
exhausting.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
Nothing to think about.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a
Guy
year,
said I didn't think about
you
it.
haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
I never lie. I told you that once already. Jerk off.
Mr. Higgins, what was so
Ever.
important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, that could have been asked and answered, I guess.
Yeah. It's definitely been asked and answered.
I want to talk about what you did after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Aw, thanks.
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
7 from
Who's
Jen
the
to
first
John.
person you
Yes.
spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
My
So of course
friend
you drove
died.
over to his house, had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m. if you recall.
I think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that right?
Yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
How'd the chief even know that he was there?
Did you request from Chief
involved in
Berkowitz
any of
any
this?
information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No.
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
Absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell
for
Chief
hearsay.
Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
That's the same
Objection.
question.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the Waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you'd been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that
Presumably
your
the
vehicle
chief
was
knew
parked
because he called
just
him.
feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
Fair question.
Fair question.
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Possibly, Foxy. It's a huge problem. It's a huge
Break
problem.
that down, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have just a moment.
Wait, rewind that a sec, babe. Write
What?
that down, Mr. Jackson. I want to see what she's
You
talking about.
indicated just a second ago that when you
More?
Break that down,
Nope.
Mr. Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
Break-
Oh, break it down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Let me have
My
just a
bad.
moment.
My bad. I was going to say what?
You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where John O'Keefe's body was found, you said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's correct.
You've just spoken with Brian Albert, right?
He said in front of the house.
All he said was John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house. Your Jeep would just be feet away from it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes.
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
Is
And that
Colin
form also
tall with
stated-
dark hair?
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Maybe
Objection.
that's who he saw.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put
Oh,
that
that's-
is obviously phone data
Brilliant.
and electronic data is an important part of investigation.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? This is what he does.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
7.
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, were you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well,
What?
I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No,
They didn't ask to search it, they didn't ask to inspect it.
no.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle,
Hockey.
otherwise search it?
I knew
Not
it.
to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table, trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained is to that form. You can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was she said, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
Wait, we're not going to put the thing in front
it
of
would
him?
have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
no, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach this one? Yes. Yeah, there's a particular area, but I just want to see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
If this were a heavyweight boxing match and I was at the scorer's table, I got Higgins winning this fight right now.
Well, we haven't even gotten to him deleting his phone.
I'm just saying.
So it says
we're
Canton
in the
Police,
third
all
round.
events logged by day.
So
Butt
don't read it out
dial.
loud, please.
That was not
Do you
believable.
recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Butt dial.
Yes.
That's a point. That's a point. That's a round.
This appears to
round
be
for
a
Jackson.
log
Okay,
of
yeah.
swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Milo's mom, this round is still going. We're going to see. He's going to try to impeach him here. We'll see. We'll see how it lands.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20?
Come down and say hi to mommy.
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either?
Sorry,
I'm not sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
Not 100%, no.
Certainly we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. I'd like to have that document marked as next. to
Question,
order
Pokemon.
base pages. It represents base pages 2850 to 3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Thank you, sir.
Putting my mind in the
Thank you.
jurors. Hey, Scout. What I'm thinking right now, particularly if it's
Higgins,
warm
if
in
you
there,
will-
get me out of. It's a Memorial Day weekend. Like, how much are they? Like, honestly, just as a human being, like, how much are they like absorbing? Like, to me, if I'm on that jury, I'm like, oh my god, just get me out of here. It's the Memorial Day weekend. It's hot in here. But that's
Yeah, and like objectively, like Jackson's not hitting any home runs here. You know, and I'm like this is not Jen McCabe's testimony.
right. Much different. Much different.
Much different.
Much.
Good point.
Okay, you're done.
No.
Are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronologically. It's the second to the last page.
I have it.
One quick second.
They're not sequestered, guys. They can go home to their houses.
Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 1/29/2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
So you said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
By the way, how much credibility does a witness lose when they say, I always tell the truth? I mean, any human being is like, come on.
39?
None. That's completely
And that's on
believable, Jay.
2976?
Should be.
Big time. Big time family hug.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy?
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind?
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally Port. Yes.
Two bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side. Yes.
And then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is giving me PTSD when Geico pulled my swipes and they were mad I was leaving 2 minutes early every day.
Yeah.
I want to try to speed this up
Swiper, no
just a bit.
swiping, Jay. Swiper, no swiping.
Because
Very
it's
mad about
small
that.
print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access on booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page,
Yes.
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
Me too, Dizzy.
I see. Yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You were entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Another emergency
Yes.
Canton, Jay. Another emergency Canton.
Of course, of course.
Truck. Might be. Lots of emergency. Another snowplow accident in the middle of the summer. It's all that drunk driving in that town, man. You know?
All the accidents.
We got another Dewey.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905 because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 2:05 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlighted it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 2:05:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay. If,
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes
Absolutely
after
not.
you called with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Just give him the records. You're going to have to do it. You want it into evidence anyway.
Yes.
He did say on direct that he went back to the station. He did say, so he's just going over more details about that time at the station. So it was covered on direct. So it's not outside the scope, which is someone had asked.
My question is, even if he makes a point here, how much weighting?
Thank you.
What is this? How is this moving the needle?
Just to close this loop.
He thinks
That
it's
appears to be
showing that
your
he
phone
was
record,
monitoring it and then reporting it back.
Yes.
And it appears that you made a
Monitoring
call
what?
at 3:10
The investigation, the talk around the station.
for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You had cleared the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call to Brian. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
28.
Yes.
Oh,
I
Is that
saw a
refresh your
question.
recollection that you made those calls?
I'm based on the record. Yes.
now the records are all right.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
I never lie.
Court normally ends at 4, but Judge Canoni said they can go to 4:30, folks. And right now it's 3:42 Eastern
May I,
Standard
Your Honor?
Time.
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls to Kevin Albert and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz and then Brian Albert again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in fact, on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day, you'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can.
I would. Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And
Well,
sir,
he
you were
looks to
not
the
on
judge
duty
like,
that
don't
day,
you want
correct?
to
No,
make
You
him
are not a
not be able to
Canton
ask me
police
this?
officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
Yes.
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course, I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886. Once you have the pages, I'll give you the times once again.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is at 3:57 and 54 seconds.
Hey, babe, did you hear me honk on TV?
3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58:24. Look at 3:57:54. Or the one that probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57:36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted, Brian Higgins. Booking to Sallyport, booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes.
Here we go.
I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it records.
That's fine. There's no record, correct?
Trying to explain it
Not that I
already,
can
are
see there,
you?
no.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
We know you are.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
A long time.
No, I'm not aware of that.
I thought it was going to be closer.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there. Yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did
Why?
you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see
Why?
anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. Did not see anything.
Are you aware that at 5, well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. We weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sally Port around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
Thank you, Sully.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in the Sally Port the last time you're logged into the Sally Port. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sally Port at 4:14?
No, and if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
Mr.
through.
Higgins, all I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sally Port, you know that,
If I walked in,
correct?
cutting through, yes.
Right. Was
Probably
Chief
called
Berkowitz in the
bullshit.
Sally Port at 4:14?
Not that I recall, no.
Was he there at 4:30?
Fucking bullshit.
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sally Port, no.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sally Port.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
Sally Port's
No,
a
I don't
garage
remember
at a
anything
police
like that,
department.
no.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the doors?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sally Port?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sally Port garage, correct?
That's correct, yes. Around the building.
And
Were
in
you
the
in the
Sally
Sally
Port.
Port at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sally Port garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, is missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? Why is that sustained? Ask him if he knows it's missing. It goes to his statement.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
A flurry, a bevy.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
I don't remember shit. I don't remember shit.
Approach?
Yes.
Pokemon, some of these I can't even tell.
If you look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16, see if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes.
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16, at 6:16, that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
Yes.
That approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Listen, I could tell you
Ready for the
all day
fireworks.
when I lifted my blade that night with my fish stick, but don't ask me about fucking phone calls. I don't know. I don't remember shit. I did lift my blade though. I remember that. Any more questions there, Mr. Jackson? Thank you, sir. May I leave now? Am I done?
Nowhere near done.
I mean, he's just not rattling him at all. Guy's like, he's
I
impervious.
think the jury might be sleeping.
I think I was just thinking that. I just think of the contrast between the morning session and now. Like the morning, it was cringe, but they were on their seat, like they
Edge
were
of their
really
seats.
paying
What is
attention to
Cal?
that.
What's
And now
Cal thinking right here.
it's not like his. It's not really, just to keep referring to the records and like back. It's just lulling me to sleep. Like I can't imagine. It's hot in there. There's already a juror who's almost passing out.
I can promise you this much. We shouldn't fall asleep because it's gonna get he's gonna get in a groove. He's gotta, he's unfortunately gotta
Get to fucking grooving, Ajax, because you ain't
he's
grooving
gotta get this
yet,
stuff
bro.
in though. He's gotta get this stuff in too, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, like when Jen's not answering the question, it seemed evasive. It like he's just like he doesn't seem as evasive. Even
Well,
though
yeah,
I
because
don't remember shit.
Yes, your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been. I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Who's this guy with the magnificent beard back here in the blue tie?
Were you being
Wow.
provided information
Why'd
from
you
your
take a
friend,
picture with a girl though?
Chief Berkowitz, about the progress
Who's
of the
that girl you're with?
investigation?
No.
Were you providing your friend, Brian Albert, information about the
The guy with the
progress
tie.
of the investigation or what you
Oh, you're talking
perceived
about
it to
this
be?
real guy. thought you were
No, I
talking
didn't have
about
any
me over
information
here.
on the investigation.
What about that guy with that magnificent beard?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
I thought you meant AIU.
Listen, I'm a beardsman. I'm a beardsman. I appreciate other bearded men. Amy Man Bun. What?
He's got a man bun too.
You were not interviewed about this case in any formal capacity until 5 days later,
You
correct?
actually got an answer.
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly
Maybe.
sure the date, but it was several days after. Yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's
I don't-
February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
Why?
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
Oh my Lanta.
Now, does anyone know what this is about? What's this about? Why is the location?
You know what it's about? It's about shots. Oh,
Jesus.
come on, girl. Come on. Hey, babe, I just want you to know something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember that too. You remember that.
This is just getting Allie madder at me every second.
Exactly, Jay. So this has been my evaluation of the cross thus far right here.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good, though. It could have been a lot better. I didn't really like it. It was pretty terrible. It was bad. It was awful. It was terrible. Get him away. Hey, boo.
What a great clip. What a great clip. All right. So look, yeah, it's running on 2 of 4 now. So yeah, and what did she say? She'd go to 4:30. So her dream of
He does not want to end on that. I hope he wants to end on something better than that.
No way. He's not even close to done. Like he hasn't even like I don't know if he's going to be able.
I
to
meant
get
end
into
for the day. I didn't mean end.
No. Well, it's not his choice; it's the judge's choice. But she said that she would go until 4:30, I believe. Right, Jay?
Right. So, but she
Yep.
said if the jurors were supposed to communicate to the clerk if they had an
Oh,
issue.
I mean, it's Memorial Day weekend. Like if I'm the jury, I'm like, yeah, we're good at cutting it at 4, Chief.
Yeah, me too.
We
Get me
out
outta here.
5,000.
And then this might be part of what she's asking him. I don't think it's what prompted them to come up, but she's probably asking, is there a chance that you can get done in this half hour? Because if not, she might as well let them go.
I feel like there's no way they.
I feel like there's no way. Well, I want you to try. Maybe that's what she's saying.
Yes. Okay, the interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
Higgins, that was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay, the answer is yes, right? Can we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabe's over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your testimony.
I discussed what we were trying to figure out what happened.
You discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what a case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No. Is there a reason or why don't you go ahead?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't.
I'm not trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house, yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by,
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD?
Access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, to hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously you had access to the Sally Port.
And access, yes. And that's a cut through I used all the time.
And anything that was in it. Correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
100%
Was that
probable.
your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well,
information was provided to me.
What you actually said was it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see the transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
And
wrong.
you knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
This is all good for closing argument. He knows.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
Throw it in the ocean.
If you wanted to just get rid of
Throw it in
information
the
on your
ocean.
cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
There
Objection.
you go.
That's allowed.
There you go.
You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I
Come
think there's
on, you
different
never
ways
lie.
that you could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory
Trade it
reset
in.
might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card's going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You could break the SIM card in half or snap it,
It
correct?
could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that phones used to break.
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
You don't know
You could
that.
also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained. On Saturday, January 29th.
You did all these. Thanks.
You spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You would agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay,
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend. Yes.
And he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent.
He's a coworker of mine, yes.
Which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent, yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself, yes.
And he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
Correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike
Big
that
sigh,
answer.
big sigh,
Second
Lally.
question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone? Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Objection.
Yes.
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just
should've
provided
just
your
turned
phone
your
to law
phone over.
enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over. Just pick it up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Objection.
Stand us to that form.
Just admit it. Yeah, I didn't want him to see.
Did you actually go to the FBI Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes.
Fuck off.
Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously.
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
That is
And
a
I got
federal
some
facility,
cologne
however.
too.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or
smells.
any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I need to see your notices. So I need to see you.
So while they're doing this, I was going to do this last time you played the Muppets thing, but then Jay was gone because somebody asked I think it was Mandy, like, oh, make a thing of Jay and Bob. So play that little Muppet sound, babe.
What?
Play the
What are you
Muppet
talking about?
sound.
We don't have any Muppet sound.
That was wonderful. Bravo. I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good. It could have been a lot
Hey, it's
better.
Gacy and Bob Senior.
Or it's Bob and Jay.
Oh, you gotta work the mouth. You're not working the mouths right.
Oh, damn it.
Jesus.
It would have been funnier if I had done it right on time before.
Stick to genius lawyering because you're no puppeteer, my friend. I'll tell you that right now. Right now. Remember this.
Elmo knows where you
Bullshit. Wait, which one's your dad?
That's Gacy.
Oh. Bullshit.
You got to put my dad's eyeballs, his pupils fell off. You got him looking
It's
crazy.
falling apart.
Jesus. Did you lose the pupil?
I'll find it.
It's outrageous, egregious, preposterous. It's definitely preposterous. Babe thought that was hilarious, Allie. She's cracking up over here.
Oh, good. Thank
Oh,
you.
they're standing. They're standing. Is the jury getting dismissed?
Oh boy. We're about to find out.
I might have lost that eyeball. Yeah, it's 4:15. He's like, no way I'm getting done.
While we're doing that, counsel, come on back.
Come on back.
Come on back.
Jeez, Bev, make your mind up. What are we doing here?
She doesn't want anyone to hear it.
Well, I think leading off into Memorial Day weekend, it would be appropriate to have a little
Why?
Kicking off to Boston. Kicking off. That's how you kick off the weekend. The kickoff.
Oh, that's the kickoff.
Shipping off to Boston. We're all going to Boston this weekend to go hang out with Karen. Karen, how do you think the cross is going? She doesn't look happy. Like, there was one portion where on the big screen I was watching her kind of in the middle of the cross, and it seemed like she was really breathing heavily.
Well, was it with the text? I mean, can you imagine being, like you said, she's that close?
It might have been. It might have been. So, yeah, I mean, Allie, your point's well taken. You know, a lot of these things that he's kind of getting in, these somewhat, I guess you'd call it evasive answers in terms of him not remembering phone calls, him not remembering being at the station. I don't know. There was a lot going on. I talked to a lot of people, all that shit. You know, I mean, Jackson will argue it in closing. A lot of times, you know, you gotta make your points. Woo-wee! 5,000.
So close to 5K total people watching us.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. And I'm going to tell you, Jay, all my whining and sniveling the other day really paid off because the crew here, the fam, has been incredibly generous today. You guys have gone above and beyond. We are so thankful for your generosity, like all day. It's just been amazing. You guys make the heart overflow with glee. And
Wait, they're coming back?
I mean, maybe they're going to roll for a minute.
May I ask the advocate to?
Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we.
I don't know. Is that in reference to the keys?
Some face Karen's got going on there. What is she doing?
Is that the man with the beard? The man with the beard.
Right. I want to hear if we overhear anything. Catch some hot
Jay
mic.
loves hot mics. He loves hot mics.
Something's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
I bet Headache Man is cursing his life. Let's see if he's got his head in his hands. No, he doesn't. Look at that.
He's alert. He's like, it's
feeling-
about to go
feeling
down.
fry today. He's like, oh my God, we're almost done for the weekend. We're almost done. We're almost done. I don't have a headache now. Okay, good. Let's go. What are we doing?
What is going on? Yeah, like
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar.
Oh, sidebar. You guys
just
know what
keep
that
them
means?
over there. Just don't send them back. I mean, God.
All right.
Why are the shots? Is that like you're supposed to take a shot when they go to sidebar? Like, what's the shot?
I
Oh.
started that during the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. We said
I wonder if anybody's actually doing that. We'd have a bunch
they'd be
of drunk
dead if they
people.
were. They'd be dead.
I thought that was your open the door. I forget, but it was not good.
Mandy, she recorded, like I had sent her like a voice text one time and she put it on her. She sent it to me and threw it on there. I was like, all right, Mandy. Man, it seems like it's starting to wrap. It's an appropriate time to thank our mods. Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's wrapping, man. Why would she just let everybody leave if it was wrapping? There's something's about to happen.
Wait, everybody who leave, like the jury?
Like, why wouldn't she just say
something's gonna happen? I think, but
you guys think?
Either way, best mods in the biz. We can say that while we
go for it.
Best in the biz, man. All day, working overtime, every single day, day in, day out.
Rupert wants another puppet show. I can't find the eyeball.
People love the puppet show. Someone said it's the best thing that you did, that me and Bob have ever done. You've outdone anything we've ever done.
Trump. We've been trumped.
Babe says true from the other room. Oh, that's usually when the court ends. But I don't
Counsel,
know.
why don't you come on over, please?
What?
Oh, are you kidding me right now?
Am I in a crazy world right now?
Are we being punked?
If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Ruh-roh.
Sure, my name is William Connolly, spelled Connolly.
All right.
Nice Irish kid.
Yes.
Go figure.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch,
He wants him to be the fifth.
He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity, work in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both work together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in.
but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the bathroom there. Can you do it in short order? Or do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury or getting the jury lined up to come back. Okay.
Wow, she really wants to get this last 7 minutes in. Maybe she's going to make him go until he's done.
She ain't playing. She ain't playing. She's ready. She is ready.
I mean, 10 seconds sounds like he's gonna be like, "Don't fucking." What was I gonna say?
I am the father.
Are you ready, babe, for another puppet show? Okay, ready.
It has to make sense.
Set, go.
No, I'm just gonna grab the spelling.
Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good. It could have been a lot better. I didn't really like it. It was pretty terrible. It was bad.
Better
It
the
was
first
awful.
time.
It was terrible. Get him away. Hey, boo!
Babe is so happy right now. She's
I love it. I love it.
loving it.
I love it too. It's like my dream come true. I had those made because I was going to start doing YouTube puppet shows of the Gacy tapes with my dad and Gacy puppeting the Gacy tapes.
I always forget which one's your dad and which one's Gacy. 'Cause I really think this
The one on your right hand has got to be Dad, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is
No,
Dad.
That's Dad with the glasses. It looks more like
Yeah,
my
I took
dad.
the glasses off, so
All
it
right,
looks
so
more
we're
like
ready
Jay
to
and Bob.
proceed.
I comb Gacy's hair so it
So
looks more
let's
like
bring the
Higgins.
jurors in, please.
Oh, the jury's still there. I thought that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, she really wants to get this last 7 minutes in.
Holy
I love
shit!
all your
I would be
optimism,
so
but it's going
mad.
to take him about 2 minutes to get here. So, yeah.
When's she deciding if she's letting him ask the question she just let the lawyer talk to him about? Like he's about to ask it.
Susan, I'm glad you asked about the morning drop. So, after much discussion with the heat of summer and having children and tons of shit going on, we think we're going to start early fall with the morning drop. I think it makes the most sense because we want it to be daily. We want it to be consistent. And I'm worried during the summer because Allie and I have a lot going on that there would be gaps to where it would hurt it because we wanted people to be able to rely on it every day because we're not going to do it like Joe. Joe's got his roll call. He does that like once a week. We want it to be a daily hit and run, like early morning. Like if Jay and I are doing a trial or whatever, it's going to come on before that. Just go through everything that's going on in the world of the courts. Any kind of major breaking stories from the day prior, what you can expect coming up. So that's our latest update. I was talking about Mandy with it the other night, and she suggested highly that we really think about pushing it to early fall. So I'm inclined to.
And I don't think he's going to plead the fifth. I think his lawyer probably told him to just say no. I don't think he's already said all the things that if it made it a crime, made it a crime. So him acknowledging whether it actually is a crime or not.
Michelle, thank you for asking. I submitted it to my producer yesterday at 5 p.m.
You did a little dance.
I did a little dance. It's a longer episode. It should come out either today or tomorrow.
We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Employee,
Go ahead and finish the question.
for an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Why?
Sir,
As to
notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact,
separate it out. Just ask
you were
it this way.
successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson. That form was improper.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And
correct.
that's what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
Right. So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
What'd
You
you do with
destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights.
When I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone. I did not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience, when you pull the SIM card out and break it, and then throw the phone away and the SIM card away, you don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds. I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think it's
I can make a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Is the jury back in?
Was
Yes.
that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question. again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order. Yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers?
And I maintained the phone.
Until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why?
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins?
Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified. Yes.
You testified.
It's
at a previous-
possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Quiet, please, quiet.
Mr. Higgins, very simply, and then we're done. Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify that?
That was your one question, Mr. Jackson.
What?
All right, folks, that's it for today. We will see you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Oh, full day Tuesday, Jay Bird. So just so you guys understand, he's not off the stand. Like,
Do you think?
done with him.
Do you think? Right, Jackson's not done with him, right?
No.
She's not trying to say you're done.
No,
She was just saying you're done
she was
for
calling
today.
it for the day. She's like, it's 4:32. We're done.
We're
Shut your
done
fucking
here.
You can follow them, yes.
I mean, look.
All right, so I will see counsel at sidebar, Tori.
Yanetti's like, no, you didn't fuck him like you were supposed to. You had to do this to really fuck him.
I
Let
mean,
him off the hook.
I think that last question still left them. Oh, look, they've got her going up too.
Who?
Everybody. Karen Reed.
To where?
Sidebar.
Oh, have fun. Give me a hug. Be safe.
Oh, I thought he was asking me. He's asking. Wait, she's going to the concert? She wasn't feeling well.
She's feeling better. Showtime. You know
All
they
right,
say show
be
must go
careful.
on.
I'm gonna come say bye to you.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Aw, such a sweet Maya. Me too. Men with beards are amazing humans. Hey, Allie long ago was like, "Are you gonna keep that beard? Like, are you really gonna keep?" Like, I've had it forever now.
I mean, I like it now, but it was hard to kiss.
Have you gotten used to it? Lisa Lang, she wants the sexy text gone forever, out of her mind. I'm gonna have to get one of those Men in Black, like little weirdo rods, and like just like blank your memory out for you. I think I invented that like 4 years ago, like the real life version of it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. All right, so I'm assuming we're done. I don't know if there's going to be much more talking. We're going to hang. We're going to make sure that that's the
We are
case.
10 people away.
Oh,
5,000 total.
dude,
nine. We've gotten so
Nine.
close.
Nine.
Oh, now we're back down again.
Oh, Jay, you jinxed it. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
But nonetheless, I think this is the biggest turnout we've had any day. So thank you guys so much.
Great turnout. Great turnout. Great support by the fam today, too. I'm like, Jay and I just, when you guys do that kind of stuff, it's amazing. Jinxie coming in late with a $10 holla. Have a fabulous and safe weekend. XOXO, you all. And I echo Jinxie's wonderful sentiment. I hope you guys all have an amazing weekend with friends, family. Be safe. Don't be a Cantonite. Take a fucking Uber if you're drinking.
Yes.
Or maybe if we just stay on, we'll hit. Look, it's going up. 25 away from 5,000.
No, it went down. It was like,
were we at 5,000?
We were at 49.91.
Oh,
probably should
Lord.
say, just to make sure they don't say anything that because we did.
No,
miss
we are going to stay and make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're definitely
sat back down.
Staying. I'm anticipating the judge is shutting it down. We're done here.
And while we wait, we should remind folks, Feral Friday, publicly buzzed tonight at 9, I believe. Make sure you're subscribed.
Has he decided what movie? Like, I've never seen this movie thing that they do.
Well, I don't even want to talk about where they watch it because I feel, well, they watch it on another website, which, well, I don't know. I guess we could talk about it if they want. They watch it on Kick, but they'll tell you everything. I don't know if they're doing that tonight because I think he's watching something on Joel Rifkin. Hey, Scott.
How very, very responsible of you. Do you want to try to go to some batting cages, get some swings in tonight? I could try to see. All right, you're messing with the keyboard here.
Scott, what happened to the tiny hands that your
Yeah,
dad
what
used
happened to
have?
Tiny Hand?
I don't know.
You repoed it and it's vanished. It's vanished.
The cleaning lady's supposed to put it.
Jay's got tiny feet, but Bob usually ignores them.
You sound like the last witness. I don't know. I don't know what happened to Tiny Hand. I don't know anything about a tiny hand. Tiny hand.
I've seen Jay wave those around. Bob just keeps going.
He's got tiny feet.
I know. That's what I just said.
Is someone saying Shiraz's birthday? Happy birthday, Shiraz.
What?
Is that what
Is
I
that
see?
for real?
I see people wishing happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. You're so wonderful. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I hope you get celebrated by all those that love you. And I wish you wouldn't have waited. I would have happily sang you a beautiful
So then
birthday
go
song.
ahead. We're still waiting.
All right, ready? Happy birthday to you.
I'm letting him do it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shiraz. We love you. Thank you so much for everything that you do for us.
Bob was like, "Thanks for joining me, babe."
You know what? I ain't afraid of it. You know, I'll throw us out. You lost. Are you? So the
Madam Court Reporter, thank you very much.
It's over, Johnny.
She's lost Tiny Hand. It's
Thank you,
official.
everybody.
it.
All right.
All right,
That's it.
one, please.
White fan time. White
There
fan
it is.
time.
There it is.
All right. Well, a
Ah,
little
she's a long
underwhelming.
day. You guys do
wasn't,
this all the time.
It wasn't
Yeah.
the fireworks I was hoping. It was the cracking the phone on the military base. Like that was kind of like supposed to be a big hit, like a real like gotcha moment. Like you sleazy bad. Like, do you guys think it hit like they were hoping it would hit?
I think it
don't
left
know.
the jurors something to think about.
Yeah, you're such a defense attorney. Like if I'm looking at it like objectively, I don't know. They might be like, okay.
Well, it's definitely
He
the
was able to sneak in there the fact that it didn't happen until after the order was denied.
yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like they heard that too.
Okay, so as soon as the order is denied, then you take the phone, you break the thing, 2 different trash cans, a military base that nobody can get on and get
Well,
the
who
car. I mean, they're
cares?
not getting on there.
At that point, he'd already turned over the data, hadn't he?
No, what?
He said he said the motion was denied. He said the order was denied, so he wouldn't have had to. That's what I thought he said.
The preservation order was
the
gone.
preservation order. I mean, I guess the inference can be that he was nervous, so nervous. He's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to get rid of this thing.
I mean, I don't even think it's probably lost on people why he's doing it at a military base, which would just make it harder to get. You're not getting on to a military base to find something in the curtilage or the garbage.
Yeah,
never being tracked down.
Patty's saying confession of a federal offense with the lawyer having to say.
Probably
all right,
5, 6, 7.
I mean, but Patty, do you think that
what's
was
this
Bob
thing
not
you got
here?
on
The thing that's still going.
Wait, it's
I took it off.
dead wife.
I took it off.
All right.
Now we can hear you, Bob.
I cut it. I mean, so Patty thinks that hit,
But no one saw that. No one saw that the jury wasn't in there when the lawyer was in there.
Patty.
No.
Lawyer
I think she's
wasn't
talking
standing.
about the question about you took the phone, one garbage, you took the thing
No,
and the other.
Patty's saying confession of federal offense with the lawyer having to stand next to him was fire. That was not in the presence of the jury.
Dad.
Ooh.
Dad.
I love when the 100 Dutchies come in. Thank you so much, Ellen Victoria Olsen Noe.
Dad.
What?
It's at Anderson Park.
Yeah, I know. It's a home tournament. I have to work the concession stand for 3 hours, 3 grueling hours.
Does that mean we get free food?
Absolutely not.
No, that's called stealing.
That is called stealing. We will, I do fully intend on selling more treats than anyone in the history.
Bob will be like calling people, hey, come on, kids, ask your parents, come get a treat.
They're going to try to hire me full time because I'm going to crush that concession stand shit, man. It's going to be amazing. I signed you up for one of the hours, Bay. So I'll do 2. You do 1. We had to do 3. It was a mandate. It was a mandate.
Scout.
You can't just do it together?
Yeah, I think we can definitely do it together. I hope so. I put us both down, so I don't know how they're going to work it. So, all right, you guys are the best in the business, the greatest damn chat in the land. I will die on that hill. No one's ever convincing me otherwise. You are amazing. I hope you guys all have a wonderful weekend. Tuesday, we will be at my boy's house over at Jay's channel. Full day of court. We should have more Brian Higgins. Hopefully,
the shaming of Jay. That's
the shaming of Jay. It should be like Jackson's hoping it's going to be the shaming of Higgins. We'll see. I don't know if he quite got there today. It'll be interesting to see what the Twitter buzz is. But you guys are just amazing. Again, I can't thank you enough. All of us, thank you guys so much for your incredible generosity to our mods.
What's Steve asking about? The ending was super improper. No. What's he mean?
What do you mean? Like in terms of like him breaking
people have questions. You're gonna have to answer them before we go.
I'm assuming with like him wanting to keep going, and she's like, no, we're done. I don't know.
Well, hey, Scouty. Well, as long as she gives him the opportunity on Tuesday to resume his questioning, then
this is a gavel, not a tantric cross. Patty. Get your mind out of the grotto.
A tantric cross?
It's the slow burn tantric
cross. What's a tantric cross?
I can't tell you.
All right, let's move on.
I'm going to that.
Yeah, go check it out.
Why
right,
was
I'm not seeing-
Lowley allowed to show
You make some
prejudicial?
walking
What
tacos.
the heck?
you know,
I wasn't.
Fritos.
Why was Lally allowed to show the prejudicial text, but Lally and Bev handcuffed the defense, impeaching Higgins and getting anywhere? What circumstances would cause error? So, I think that they decided that those, because at first I was like, it's really prejudicial for them to put on how the defense, how Karen Reed like initiated this, but after I realized what he's actually doing with those texts, that was the whole point, was to show she initiated something with someone else. She wasn't happy. There were issues in their relationship, and pre-trial, she apparently decided that that was all, all relevant. But the handcuffing him on the defense still shows she does not believe he is fully there on the third party culprit evidence, that he hasn't even shown. Scout,
What?
Here, I'm going to mute us.
it's supposed to be a low burden and be able to get in, but she's clearly not found that he has shown that it's relevant enough, that they've had the motive, opportunity, intent, and that it's not speculation or confusing for the jury. And I don't know what it's going to take for her to get there. It seems like next to nothing if she's not there yet. Because I thought a lot of things that came out on cross should have helped them get there. And the fact that she didn't allow the consciousness of guilt evidence, or she was limiting it, and we'll see if it's really like that on Tuesday. But the consciousness of guilt evidence is the breaking of his phone and the all of that. So I don't know. We'll have to see, but it doesn't seem that Bev's quite there to me.
Yeah, and kind of the way that I'm feeling. But look, the reality is that the defense has zero burden here. Like, we can never lose sight of the fact that they don't have to prove jack shit. I mean, I've said it before, kind of what they've put out in the public in terms of the defense is that they want Karen Reed walking out here of this courtroom exonerated, meaning because you could be found guilty and not necessarily be innocent, right? Like, that's that whole rub with, you didn't meet your burden, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't do it. That just means that they couldn't prove it. So, I think coming into it, they had said, look, we're going to come in here and we're going to prove that she didn't do it, and we're going to get justice for John O'Keefe and all that stuff. And the reality is that they may have muddied the waters enough. They may have done enough during this cross. Because, I mean, frankly, aside from experts, I don't know what else they're going to put on. That's the whole point of the pre-buttal here. Like, Lally took that wind out of their sails, where if they were going to parade these witnesses up and put them on their case in chief because Lally was avoiding it,
maybe he thought he was taking the wind out of their sails, but I don't think he did.
I don't
it's much easier to cross-examine somebody than direct examine them. I mean, I think he gave them a little gift.
They would have asked for permission to treat him as hostile. I don't know if she would have granted it.
I know, but it's the rules as to being able to call your own witness for the purposes of impeaching them are very strict.
Yeah, they are.
So,
but and it's like, if you guys understand what Allie's saying, like, on direct, you cannot sit there and you can't ask leading questions. So, like, you're never going to hear, oh, is that true? Why? What have you heard, T? That would be weird.
That would be weird.
How could that be? Like, I am not getting the impression that he was done with that cross. Like, that, if that's how he ended the cross, If like he's
But what if
like,
there was a potential redirect? I mean, recross issue.
yeah, there's no way he's off the stand. She would have said it.
But so if Alan Jackson's not there, she's letting another lawyer do the recross.
That's outrageous. No way. No way. Just like, see if
Or we'll have to wait till she provides us with some more details because she's not prone to talking out her ass. So
no, T's on her shit. That's
Right.
She knows her shit. She doesn't. Karen signed a waiver that he won't be there on Tuesday, according to Jackson, when leaving the courtroom. Wow.
wait, say what? Karen signed a waiver that he won't be there on Tuesday, according to Jackson, when leaving the courtroom.
So that means that Bev, which is incredibly unorthodox, to allow another lawyer to pick up the cross. Wow, I wonder why. I wonder what that's crazy.
There must be some sort of family matter or something, and she wouldn't continue it. And it seems like maybe they didn't know about it because they probably could have shifted these days off to be, you know what I mean, to go. Because when is it that they have like off next week, or was that this week?
They're only doing Tuesday, 1 day of court.
Right, like you'd think that they would have picked a different day if they knew in advance he couldn't.
Well,
be
I
there.
think that you would have had, like, he obviously knew. I think that you would have just had Yannetti do the cross.
Right, that's why I'm saying it seems like maybe they did not know this was going to happen until it happened today or something. Because why would they have knowingly put a different lawyer to start it? I don't
We
know.
have no idea. LeBrack, it never came up. We never heard about anything having to do with the medical, so we don't know. I don't know if that's yet to be determined. I don't know if it's a non-starter or nothing burger. I don't
mean,
know.
it was disappointing to say the least. Maybe that they tried to subpoena it and it ended up not being anything, and so it just drops off. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, well, the way that it dropped yesterday with those 3 things coming in, obviously all of us start assuming it all has to do with Higgins. Obviously the medical report does, but the other 2 pieces of evidence may not have anything to do with him. So
maybe there was an in-chambers discussion between. Didn't we have an off day yesterday? Maybe they addressed it. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. Did you answer this one, babe? I think that that probably has something to do. Like, I had heard that there were a couple of federal charges that they were talking about with him. And I think that was one of them. I mean, that's
we know that one of the things that the proffer was for the destruction of this phone.
yeah,
so
but
that's
why
why
is that? Like, I mean, was that I don't think that was an issued phone. I think that was a personal phone. What
I
if
know,
the
but
order is not in place, then why would that be federal?
it's what it is at least what Yannetti said in court, that he made a federal proffer during which he said that he destroyed his phone, and Yannetti said with the okay or at the direction, something with the state, someone from the Commonwealth's,
Take one now.
telling him that it was okay to do that. But at some point, the prosecutor responded that they were just told that order was gone. They weren't told, go ahead and destroy your phones, but that in essence, it's that it was the same thing. But
I calling my hand Tiny.
No, I thought you had Tiny Hand with you. I thought that's what just happened. Some magical shit. All right.
Dad.
I'm trying to
Or our
see if
daughter
we have any
starts
more
asking more questions.
Dad.
Oh, Jay, what's that?
All right, you guys. So that'll be a wrap. Again, we thank all of you for hanging with us all day. We thank you for all your generosity. We thank our mods for your amazing work in keeping this the best chat in the land. And again, we wish you guys a wonderful, safe holiday weekend.
Have a good one, everyone.
And
Scout.
back on Jay's channel. Oh, and Jay and I, keep an eye out in Patreon and on our community pages. We're going to figure out,
Scout.
We're going to figure out a poll about the witnesses that we want to revisit. Like, I think we've probably seen enough of Higgins he might not even make the list. I don't know. Like Jay and
I mean, he's not finished yet. So
I know.
Yeah, I feel like we should hold off on.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll, Scout. Oh, I was going to say, Scout, you can't get anything for free when your dad is working the concession. Scout, look at me. Scout. You can't get anything for free when your dad's working the concession. You can't.
I mean, she's going to be playing a game, man. Like, there's no.
I know, but
eating
you
in
can't
baseball.
slide her little hot dog. You can't slide her little hot dog. Come on, Bob. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm the snack king. I'm the snack king of Chicago, man. The sausage king of Chicago, Abe Froman.
All right, I got you on that one.
All right, you guys, you've been amazing. Almost
Thank you
5
all so much.
strong. We love you guys, and we will see you Tuesday.
don't forget to hit the thumbs up on your way out, and all you guys out there on Twitter, pop in just to give us a thumbs up on YouTube.
Yeah, don't be afraid. The water is fine. We love you.
Hit the like.
Hot